comrades. Uhuru, let's go ahead and find our seats. Uhuru, all right. Welcome back to the second half of the 2020 plenary. Hope everybody enjoyed their lunch and got to see some of the vendors. If you didn't, make sure you go on the next break before we leave. And next part of this plenary, I want to welcome up the Deputy Chair, Onizene Yeshitela, and her amazing office for this workshop on building liberated, worldwide, independent, anti-colonial economy. Let's get them a warm welcome up, everybody.
Uhuru. We're going to start this afternoon off with some chants. After digesting some food, we're going to digest some chants. I'm going to bring in Zay up here. All right. Comrade Kitty. All right. And so Uhuru to this first plenary of the 7th Congress. So we're here to do what? Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Uhuru to the political report that's showing us the way forward. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Y'all just got through eating lunch. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. That's it. Uhuru to Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. All right. Who's going to do it? And when I say who's going to do it, you're going to say the advanced detachment. Who's going to do it? The advanced detachment. Who's going to do it? The advanced detachment. Who's going to do it? The advanced detachment. All right. Touch one. Touch all. Touch one. Touch all. Touch one. Touch all. All right. Uhuru. All right. We were saying it this morning. We're going to say it again. Ease we're laid to. E-Africa. E-Africa. Ease we're laid to. Ease we're laid to. E-Africa. E-Africa. All right. And then one of my most favorite chants. No compromise. No surrender. No surrender. No compromise. All right. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. So first we would like to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and express unity with the brilliant political report that was outlined to us this morning, the portion that we heard this morning. So we know that this political report will surely expand our work into a worldwide anti-colonial economy. So Uhuru. Uhuru, we also like to salute Deputy Chair Onizene Yeshitela, who spent She spent days, weeks, years on the grounds of St. Louis as the architect for the Black Power Blueprint, which for many, such as myself, was the Black Power Blueprint is like the first time that me and a lot of people in North St. Louis are getting to see a self-determined political and economic advancement in our community. So uhuru to her and uhuru to the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru. I just want to thank Bakri Alatunji and Nze Masimba and, for being able to be part of this workshop. And this is about what the chairman is saying. We're building the worldwide anti-colonial liberated African economy. That's what this workshop is about. And as a white person, a member of the Solidarity Committee, I'm really honored to be here and just salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for organizing the African People's Solidarity Committee to give us the chance to be part of this historic mission. We are the front behind the enemy lines. That's where all the resources are that have been stolen for 600 years. That's our job. We're going to the moneyed sector this year under the leadership of Chairwoman Penny Hess and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. But we start our year, it's a tradition to start every year with all of us pledging to the work of the African People's Socialist Party. So that's what this is about. We're very, very, very excited. We're sick of riding, as white people, we're sick of riding on the backs of African people. We have our job to do. We got to win reparations. We got to give reparations. We got to free up all the stolen resources. So that's what we're here to do. Uhuru. Uhuru. So I think I'll do the tradition of it.
As our tradition, we interrupt the chairman's political report to bring to you the workshop that shows the unity of theory and practice, and it also gives us the opportunity to build a worldwide African economy, and that's the thing that we're here for. So what I want to do is we get the
No, we do this. We do this first.
Okay.
I got to do this first. So we're just going to do a quick little slideshow showing the victories. And this, we're going to have wonderful reports throughout the entire plenary, so this is really just touching and highlighting on a few things to symbolize some of the victories in the past period. So, oh, okay, thank you. All right. I just got to see my. One worldwide liberated, anti-colonial economy, one theory, one organization. This is the African People's Socialist Party. The most incredible historic victory in the past period was the 7th Congress, in which the party takes on its shoulders Vanguard. Our cadre must be taught African internationalism. They must study the critical theoretical documents of our party, especially those developed to explain the world as we are involved in struggle to change it. Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The next great thing was the chairman's political report, which was then printed into the book Vanguard, The Advanced Detachment of the African Revolution. This really completely advances the revolution and makes it accessible to everyone around the world. Chairman Slay's at the Oxford debate. That is another historic, monumental thing of the past period this year. He shook the center of imperialist thought. The African working class were the subjects of history. The African Socialist International. And I know there's so much more. I mean, I just have photos that show the ASI in Azania, which is really incredible. Secretary General Luwezi Kinshasa, Tafari, and other members of ASI. And the other day I saw this footage of an African woman in our movement in ASI, a leader, a member of ANWO in Azania. So that was like really incredible. That party fills its regional structure by adding Malika Alexander as the Midwest Regional Representative, Uhuru, Bakri Alatunji as the West Regional Representative, and of course we have the North with Nana Ya, and we have the South with Kobina Bantushango. So Uhuru, that's such a victory in the other is just putting forward the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, winning the war of ideas constantly with the Burning Spear newspaper, digging deep roots in the St. Petersburg community, in particular with Black Power 96. And also Omali taught me, and I know that you all must feel as I do, it was the greatest gift ever given, because he raised up our ideological and political, understandings deeply and profoundly over these past few years. And this past year has been incredible, no matter what the weather is, what city the chairman is in, what is happening. At 5 a.m. Pacific time, 7 Central, and 8 Eastern on Sunday morning, the chairman is there, transforming our thoughts, elevating us so that we can vanguard up. Another phenomenal thing has been the really institutionalizing under Chichara Masimba, the NTU volunteer program. They formed a national steering committee, established systems of accountability for recruitment, held trainings with representatives from each North American region, and set protocols for single and combined orientations. And I know it's working. It's certainly working in St. Louis. Deputy Chair carries out the mandates in Vanguard, the Chairman's political report from the 7th Congress. She initiates the regional economic development strategies, bringing Uhuru Foods and Pies, which has been a goal of Deputy Chair since 2012, to bring Uhuru Foods and Pies as economic project in every unit of the party, across the world. So this has been profound, that the trainings happen. Is definitely thoroughly in the Midwest region now. And of course, we know it's in the South region and it's in the West region. Also, and I don't have pictures for it, unfortunately, but the One Africa, One Nation market for the North region has been in intense trainings, participation in the markets that have been going on for 14 years in Philadelphia, to be assumed by the North region as economic development project. Uhuru. We have the African National Women's Organization led by Yejide Urimilla. I mean, they're going in their 5th year. Is that right? The 5th convention is going to be in March. That's really historic. That's phenomenal. I also, you know, they take on every political question. They've long defeated feminism. White feminism is in the grave. It's in the gutter. It's African internationalism. But, you know, they're taking on the class question. They're exposing the class question, too. That had a phenomenal workshop at last year's annual convention. They have Decolonize as well as the Economic Development Project. The International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, led by Kalambaye and Annette, they opened up a national office in St. Louis. That's really fantastic. I know. And they hold consistent, really consistent weekly community rallies that, you know, 20 people would be if it's snowing badly or it's a full house. I mean, they're really deeply, you know, they're putting roots in the community. They take on campaigns, electoral campaigns. They take on No Way to the NGA, demanding reparations for the spy center being put, you know, there. And also, they have a branch of Impedum in Azania. I don't know if people have known that. That's fantastic. And the All African Peoples Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP, as chairman has summed up, you know, a lot of their organizing work is through their economic project, which is Zenzele Consignment, which is just a powerful, dynamic institution like all the institutions of the party. I mean, Dr. Aisha Fields is leading this. They have the most interesting things happening to bring people. First of all, the whole clothing line is African. They made a trip to Africa to be direct, to get clothing line direct, you know, to the store, to APDEP. They participate in Black Power Friday deals like the furniture stores do. All the institutions carry the Buy Black Power. They have yoga classes, kind of wine sips and painting. They have all kinds of things, but it's very, very interesting. MLK had every major TV and radio that showed up to interview. 2 major newscasts carried it. It's the place to go for any question about African people, the African working class. African People Solidarity Committee, led by Chairwoman Penny Hess, the just impact politically of the webinars and the monies raised from the webinars for the Black Power Blueprint. And this is the first time anyone's ever done it, that we've ever done. It was a 24-hour hashtag reparations for Giving Tuesday. That was really powerful. They were in St. Pete and people were in St. Louis, and they went 24 hours for a webathon. I think they raised $12,000, $13,000 in one day. So that was really incredible. Yes, produced this fabulous booklet, and we've already given to people, and people have responded. It's a donor engagement booklet that really lays out the entire Black Power Blueprint. And it's a profound document, and we're already going to target lists and making more, and visiting family and friends, and they're really responding and donating. And we have a Huru Planet, which we have a table right here today. Hallie Murray coordinates, and that is our Black Star Industries, you know, gave that to us to develop as economic development for the African People Solidarity Committee. Uhuru. And we got what can I say? Uhuru Solidarity Movement, 125 cities and 30 states. Is that right? Okay, every day. I mean, everything changes so rapidly that between last week and now, it could be more. That's profound to have an organization of white people around the United States. They're working with people in London. They're talking with someone in Azania. I mean, this is it. This is the defining question for white people, is accountable reparations to the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution. And they raised 25% more than last year, and this is despite the fact that the chair was in a lot of electoral campaigns. That USM really rose up. The party leads the electoral strategy and puts reparations on the national agenda. This was the second election. It was the Kile NIE to make the South Side black again and unity through reparations here in St. Pete, running for City Council, District 6. but also the Black is Back Coalition. There are schools that they do. That one is a picture in St. Louis. We have Charles Barron here today, which is really an honor to have Charles Barron, who really stands for the Black working class, uncompromising. If you ever see any videos of him in New York City, New York State, if I ever had to move back east, I would want to live in New York City in the district that he or his wife, who also is a professional revolutionary, politician. So they bring so much to the people. And then we have Jesse Todd, who is so influenced by the party, and he won election. President Kalmbay, led, and Pete worked for his reelection. He won election as a ward leader in St. Louis, and he has already proven himself to fight for the movement. Marcus Garvey Legacy Cruise, once again, they wouldn't let us go to Cuba, but we went to Bahamas, and that was fabulous. It was wonderful because it's under the leadership of, the party, Alex Morley. That is his home in Charo. This is our movement in the Bahamas, and we just happened to be wonderfully on opening day at Black Food Shop in the Bahamas, so we had a wonderful program there as well. Deputy Chair, the whole rest of it is Deputy Chair, I must say. Deputy Chair recalls the Grants Committee. And I mean, you'll have more reports. I can't get into all of it, but they did phenomenal work, the Grants Committee under Maureen Wagner. And I mean, we got three grants for St. Louis, one for the flowers and plants and trees, one for these bricks called permeable pavers for the outdoor venue, and then Cliff Bar Foundation, those little candy bars, Cliff Bar. So their foundation saw the Black Power blueprint literature on a pie table. Bakary, Sayali, everybody, on those pie tables. And, they have been developed to come. They're coming in June, and everybody's welcome to come because we're going to have a summer project. And they're going to start working on the Jico backyard for the Jico. It's really phenomenal. They bring about 15, 20 volunteers whose corporations are liberal, pay them a week to go away, and then they are emissaries for the Black Power blueprint everywhere they go back. And it's kind of impressive, like Timberland Boots, everybody knows that one, just all these kind of corporations that, And then the Buy Black Power campaign was launched. This is Janice Bryant, Ollie Hutley, and this is in Philadelphia. It was a tremendous event, networking with a lot of the different creative artists and, business people that want to hook into Buy Black Power and be part of that whole national organization that Deputy Chair is building. And then Deputy Chair also launched ANIBA, African National Independent Business Association, and Uhuru Wabenki, the microloan bank, and that we'll hear more about, that the party's building. But these pictures were actually the welcome event for the Cliff Bar people, and it really looked like a spontaneous ANIBA event. It had architects, the tradespeople, the neighborhood, landscape people all came to attend and welcome them. Her Furniture and Collectibles Philly celebrates 25 years. That is profound. Her Furniture and Collectibles Oakland celebrates 30 years. That is profound. And Black Power Blueprint, Dual and Contending Power, that's really profound. In St. Louis, only the past year, so much has happened, but the pictures really reflect that every bit of it is done to build a social movement, as the chairman has summed up. Welcome neighbor who was out sick, coming back from the hospital, who is now a thorough part in leading our project, our garden project and the outdoor venue. And that was City Hall, and that's Jesse Todd with us when we went to the Board of Adjustment hearing to win that we could do this stage and outdoor venue and blah, 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 and said no. And one thing I learned about the party, this is self-government in St. Louis. I will tell you that right now. They do what they have to do with these permits or whatever, but they move forward. They're not held up by these people saying you have to wait 12 months or 12 weeks to get a permit. It just moves forward. Really profound and powerful. New programs instituted, honoring Musa Abantu. It's the poetry and open mic celebrations that Abdullah and Chichara works on. Abdullah coordinates. That's here. They're becoming deeply conscious, popular, packed houses every time. They have them once a month. Properties have been acquired and properties demolished. The one on the left is one of two side by side that was acquired through, tenacity. And the one on the right was demolished, and that is making way for a basketball court, community basketball court. Yeah, and this is like 2 blocks away. The other buildings are within the block. I mean, it's going to be contiguous, because even at the end of those two is a man who joined the Black Power Blueprint Committee who owns the building on the corner, and he is completely part of it. So constructing the outdoor venue, the One Africa, One Nation Market, and Gary Brooks Community Garden has been going on. The African flag flies, and the work continues through the wild St. Louis weather, making the north side look like the south side without gentrification, going to the North County to get resources and beautiful things to bring to the south side, which is our job as APSC. And the Black Power Blueprint owns the whole corner. That's West Florissant and Alice. Uhuru. Forward to building the worldwide anti-colonial liberated African economy. APSP, the 21st century Garveyites. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So before we move forward, I just want to let you know, or if you didn't already know, that you all are great contributors to making that work go forward. So everything you saw up here, it's because of your donations of, monetary donations, as well as donations of, your time. So I want to salute all of you. So let's give everybody a hand. And because of that, we want to give back to you. So first, I am going to ask Comrade Bakari to come on up and give our first give back.
Uhuru. It is my honor to bring up the first give back. I want to bring up Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who has given so much to us in this movement, and it is definitely a way to give back. These are armbands. All right, and this is a plaque, Black Power Blueprint. All righty. Uhuru. Yes, you can put it on. Yeah, man, pretty big bicep. I also want to call up Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela, who is, I would say that she leads the economic work, but she is the economic engine of the party. So I don't know if your arm can fit this thing or not.
My bicep bigger than his.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right, y'all.
And we have one for Black Power Blueprint as well, and the Black Power Blueprint plaque.
Thank you.
And I want to call up the members of the NCC. I want to call up Secretary General Louise Kinshasa. Right arm or left arm? Don't let it slip off. All right, Uhuru. Akile Anai. Akile. All right. Kalumbai and the nets. All right. All right. All right, Dr. Aisha Fields. in the back? Okay, she's in the back right now. Okay, yesterday, Orumila. Okay, all righty. Nana, yeah, Grant. Is he on security? Is Nana? Nana's doing security, right? Oh, there you go. Come on. Okay, he's doing security. All righty. And also we have Kobina Bantushango, who's doing security as well. And I see somebody who's not doing security, Malika Alexander. Uhuru. All right, right on. It's coming up. All right, Chimaringa Waller. Another security. All right. And I want to bring forth Alex Morley, APSP Bahamas.
Uhuru and Bakari Alatunji. Uhuru. All right, and now Bakari has one more.
All right, I also want to call up Comrade Chairwoman Penny Hess of the African People's Solidarity Committee. All right, let's give it up to everybody. Uhuru.
Uhuru, we do want to acknowledge, we're not segmenting everyone because we do know the tremendous contributions everybody has made over and over and over again the past year. But we do want to, really appreciate our large donors, our Amalia Shatella donors. We have Maureen Wagner and Janice Cant that are here today. Maureen and Janice. Donors, Mark Anderson, who lives in San Francisco, California, Ruby Gittleson, who is working at Her Furniture today, and she'll be here Monday. These are comrades that really understand, the social wealth that comes into our community and have a, real deep solidarity with the African People's Socialist Party and African Revolution, and they transfer that over to, the programs, whatever. They transfer it to the work of the party. So that's really, really a great stand. And some of these comrades, Maureen, year after year after year. And she does go behind enemy lines at her job, for real, if you ever heard the job. Okay, so we also want to recognize what we call significant donors, the Patrice Lumumba level, and that's Allison Haney, who works in the parties of Her Furniture. Allison Haney, gives so much. Thank you so much, Allie. Just Lisa and Dan Tance, with Lisa accepting. All right, Uhuru, the family that donates. Many really significant contributions. Also, Mads Ambrose, who couldn't be here today, from Portland, Oregon, really moved by Mads. She not only is a sustaining donor, but she received what you call inheritance from her grandmother, and understood that Oklahoma, where she's from and her family's from, that was money that came from land where oil was discovered, and white people mowed the Indians down that owned that land. So she felt like she couldn't touch that money, and she immediately, mailed it in as reparations. So that's really profound for her. Yes. And want to recognize, last but not least, David Reardon, that we all know as Redbeard, who's been active in giving material solidarity, going back to the campaign to free Desi Woods. When we lived in New York, he would pull up, he drove semis, he would tell us to meet him in the village, and he'd put this huge truck and he'd take a big wad of money. He's been giving reparations like his whole, life in the solidarity movement. He donates to so many areas of work. It's really profound. So we just wanted to say we were getting them their reparations. Yeah.
Uhuru. And we'd also like to send a special shout out to our comrades in occupied Tanzania, who do so much to contribute to the African Revolution despite facing the devastating colonial conditions imposed on them and the African masses on the continent. We will mail you your armbands. Uhuru. So now we want to appreciate all of you because your donations, time, and resources, as I said before, in 2019 proved to be an example of the political and economic being one and standing strong united. So we want all of you to come up and to get your give back. But first, before you do, I want to let you know that we have APSP armbands and they have the APSP logo. So look for those if you're part of that organization. We have APSC one, so you'll take the APSC one with the APSC logo if you're part of that organization. And then for anybody else who's not party or APSC, please feel free to take a Black Power Blueprint one. Come on up. Come on. Come on. Everybody. Come on. your give back, please take a seat so we can get started back.
She got more.
All right, so everybody got an armband? Okay, thank you again. Give yourself a hand. All right, comrades, we're going to get started back. All right, and to start back, I want to give some statistics. Even though sometimes when you hear statistics, some stuff you hear and you're like, yeah, I didn't need a study to be done to tell me that. But Africans in St. Louis and around the world are being consumed by worsening conditions of life and increasing poverty rates. I mean, that's nothing we needed a study to tell us, right? Also, the unemployment rate for the black community is 2.8 times higher than whites. Health and economic conditions in the highly African-populated North St. Louis city communities are constantly below the national and regional percentages. We can turn this around. We must turn this around. And the party has the answer. So what the party put in place at the 7th Party Congress moves the struggle for African self-determination, liberation, and revolution forward. And now, everybody's putting on their armbands. I just hear like, shh, shh, shh. And now, after hearing the chairman's political report, we see more deeply the urgency of the period in building a worldwide anti-colonial economy that hooks us all together into the process of self-government and African liberation. So with that said, Uhuru. Now we'll have some inspiring words from Tachara Masimba and Chairwoman Penny Hess. So, first, we'll have Tachara, who is the ODC Economic Development Director and ODC Leadership of the St. Louis Black Power Blueprint. And then, right when he's done, we'll have Chairwoman Penny Hess, who is the first white person who could hear the party's call for reparations from white people to the African Revolution and has been winning solidarity with the African Revolution under the APSP since 1976. Uhuru, give them a hand.
All right, Uhuru, comrades and brothers and sisters. So we have united theory and practice. We are defeating the counterinsurgency. We are solving the problems of the revolution. We opened up new fronts. We assumed the Vanguard leadership. We rebuilt the African liberation struggle. Not only did we solve the problems of the revolution, not only did we open up new fronts, not only did we rebuild the African liberation struggle, not only did we explain the world, we changed the world. And we are changing the world every day. We brought science to the struggle. We discarded philosophical idealism and replaced it with historical materialism. We built institutions. We built organizations. We waged political campaigns. We built and are building dual and contending power. We built the African People's Socialist Party, and we built it to create the revolutionary vehicle that would drive the African liberation, the African nation to freedom. We built the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the African People's Solidarity Committee to answer the critical question of what to do with white people and to smash opportunism. We built the African National Women's Organization to bring the masses of African women back into political life, to bring them into the struggle, and to address the special oppression of African women. We built the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement to bring the masses of Africans back into political life. We built furniture stores in multiple cities. We built banquet halls in multiple cities. We built radio stations. We built a thriving pie business. We built the oldest revolutionary newspaper. We built clothing lines. We built the One Africa, One Nation marketplace. We built retail stores. We built the Black Power Blueprint. We are building, give it up. We built Zenzele, and I should have named it as one of the retail stores, and that's significant. I'm just understanding how significant it is, especially seeing the MLK event. We are building the African National Independent Business Association, Buy Black Power, Uhuru Wabengi, our own internal bank that will give us the ability to answer the economic needs of the African nation upon liberation. Brothers and sisters, comrades, we plan to govern. We plan to govern, and we are governing. We plan to govern a free and independent Africa, a liberated African economy, a neo-colonized African economy, an international African economy. We plan to govern in the process of seeing the rapid development of all the forces of production of the African world. We plan to govern a process of destroying capitalist colonialism and a world system built on the enslavement and colonization of the vast majority of the people of the planet. This is the unity of theory and practice. This is the unity of the political and the economic. Since the 7th Party Congress, 2018, October, we're summing up the Congress today, and we are developing mandates to put the congressional mandates into practice. We are carrying out the vision of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. We are the Garveyites of the 21st century. Africans contributed to that struggle by donating their homes in Honduras, for example, by donating money and buying shares of the Black Star Line in Cuba. The Garvey movement was attacked not just by the U.S. and the FBI and J. Edgar Hoover, but by France and the French colonizers, by the so-called, the French colonizers in France and in the so-called Francophone African countries, by the British and the Belgians. So Africa's sons and daughters, the best daughters and sons of Africa, we're calling on you to contribute to the international African economy and to build a new world. We were capitalism's first commodity. We were the bodies and the labor and the resources for capitalism. We provided the startup money for the whole capitalist system in the whole white world. And we're calling on the African nation in the process of reparating its stolen resources back from Europe and back from the white world. We are calling on the African nation to contribute our labor, our resources, our time, our money, and our efforts to a new, liberated, anti-colonial African international economy. Uhuru.
Unity through reparations. Uhuru. I'm very, very honored and humbled to be here today. My name is Penny Hess, chair of the African People's Solidarity Committee, the organization of white people that is the organization of the African People's Socialist Party that extends the Vanguard into the colonizer nation. And I am proud to be a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. My job is to speak to you, and if you're white. And I want to salute Chairman Omali Shatella, who's our leadership, incredible. I want to salute this incredible political report that we are hearing today, and the vision, the blueprint for the liberated African economy. I want to salute Deputy Chair Ona Zinea Shatella, who Kitty, myself, and so many others work under the leadership of her office, working for reparations in the white community and turning over the stolen resources. I want to salute the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party, the special guests who are here, all of you who are here today, and to Charwa for that profound presentation that we just heard. I want to say uhuru, and I want to start by uniting with the urgency that Chairman's political report has, this whole spirit of urgency. We must act now. We must do something. We must take this on. And the Chairman has gone against these forces of counterinsurgency, the war against the African community and the peoples on the planet Earth that has been going on since the late 1960s. And the Chairman, the African People's Socialist Party, has been determined to solve every problem of the revolution, because this time around, the African revolution is winning. It will not be defeated. And when I think about, some of the things that the chairman just said, the significance of the strategy of the party to extend this struggle, to deploy white people into the pedestal of imperialism's belly. And as the chairman has said, this existence of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement have forever fractured the unity of all white people with our ruling class. It is gone. And it is the beginning of the ability of white people once, for the first time, to be able to stand in genuine solidarity with African people and the people on the planet Earth, to make our self-criticism to African people, to return the stolen wealth to African people, and to see that the leadership, the revolutionary leadership of the African working class organized in its Vanguard party, is the leadership of all people who want to see a world where imperialism is destroyed, socialism is the dominant political expression, and that this is our chance, our opportunity as well. And we thank the African People's Socialist Party for giving that to us, because life on this pedestal of imperialism is horrible. It is horrible, and that is why you're here today, or why you're listening. If you're white, that is why you're here. Because this death-dealing, vicious system, the chairman has given us the science that we can adopt as well, African internationalism, that we can begin for the first time to look at the world as it really is, not through the eyes of the subjects of history, not through the eyes of the oppressor and the colonizer, but through the eyes of the African working class. And we can come to the same conclusions that capitalism is parasitic. It is built on Europeans' assault on Africa, turning African human beings into commodities for sale. That was the birth of capitalism, which gives us our identity, our opportunities, our democracy, and our social wealth, that even, as the chairman has said, all white people sit on the pedestal of the oppression of African people, the genocide of the indigenous people, and the colonizer of the earth, including white ruling class, white middle class, and white working class, all created by the same process that changed Europe, transformed Europe from feudalism to capitalism. All white people sit on the pedestal, and that's why all white people have united with our own ruling class, because we see ourselves as that, and that we have an opportunity now to join humanity, to find, the price we have paid. We have given up our humanity to be complicit and live off of this system for 600 years. Every opportunity, every dream and aspiration comes at the expense, as the chairman says, of drone strikes in Pakistan and the oppression of African people, stuffing African people into prisons, the colonialism inside the borders of the United States, Africa, and all throughout the world. And that we have an opportunity to join the world, to commit national suicide, to stand in solidarity with African people and the rest of humanity, and we have a responsibility to be cadre, to join this. This is not something for sitting in a cafe and talking about. African internationalism is a political theory that demands practice, because once you know it, you can't unknow it. You can't unknow it. You can't. You have to make a decision to walk by it now. You have to make a decision to see the conditions of the African community and drive by it, the conditions of indigenous and Mexican people on their own land, and do nothing about it. Now that you know this, you must take this stand, and that we have to go out there. We have to go out there. Look what white power has done to this planet. And there's all these white people who are concerned about the environment, but the fact is that it is the same process that already sent hundreds of millions of people into extinction that is creating this environmental process, this contradiction today. It is the same thing. So we can't stand there in some white scene that we're going to fix the environment for our little place in the world, that this is about an anti-imperialist struggle, an anti-colonial struggle, and white people created this problem, and white people are never going to solve it. It is going to be the African, the liberated Africans, the liberated indigenous, the people on the planet Earth who have power over their lives, and the end of money and profit and war and exploitation comes from the African People's Socialist Party, the African Socialist International, and African liberated African people all around the world, the indigenous people, because the party's taking everybody with them. And if we want to go, we have work to do. Inside the belly of the beast, we have to unleash all those stolen resources. That's the true redistribution of the wealth of this planet. We have to turn it back over to the African Revolution. And we know it's all there. So I'm very, very proud, very humbled to be under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. This is the life. This is, if so many white people are depressed and committing suicide, and I can't guarantee you that being in the revolution would make you happy. In fact, it's capitalism that guarantees you the right to the pursuit of happiness. But this is about, changing the world, stepping in, doing what we have to do. If the African Revolution can extend strategically its reach inside the belly of the beast where it can't go, we have to be there. We can do this. We can build this. We can turn this around. And millions of white people are looking for these answers under the leadership of the party. And we can win them. And this is about unity through reparations. Uhuru!
Uhuru, that was great. Thank you to Try and Chairwoman Penny Hess. All right, so, don't really know how to follow that one up, but I got a PowerPoint to help me, so now we are going to take a minute to look at this PowerPoint, and it's just going to go over the different donor levels that we have. We have exciting news. We have added a few more donor levels than we've had previously, so that gives everybody an opportunity to be a part of donating and giving. So we'll look at those during this presentation as well. So this is the Africans 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign, better known as AOBS. And the pledge goal for 2020, drum roll please. It is a simple $80,000. We can do that. All right, that's nothing, right? Nothing. All right. All right, so here are the giving levels. So we have the Chairman Omali Yeshitela level, which is $25,000 or more annually. We also have the Patrice Lumumba level, which is $10,000 to $24,999 annually. I just want to say that these can be paid annually or donated annually, or they can be monthly or quarterly or however you like. You just let us know. Then we have the Kwame Nkrumah level, which is $5,000 to $9,999. And the quote is united by a single spirit, a single aspiration, and a single heart. We shall turn Africa into a genuinely free and independent continent in the immediate future. Uhuru. Then we have the Harriet Tubman level, which is $2,000 to $4,999 annually, which is, and the quote says, "On my Underground Railroad, I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger." Uhuru. And then we have Ella Baker level, which is $500 to $1,999 annually. Again, those can be paid, that donation can be made monthly or quarterly or however. And the quote is, "Remember, we are not fighting for the freedom of the Negro alone, but for the freedom of the human spirit, a larger freedom that encompasses all mankind." Uhuru. Next is the Fannie Lou Hamer level, which is $366 to $499 annually. And the quote is, "Action, self-reliance, the vision of self and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen and realized the light of our own freedom." Uhuru. Next is the Marcus Garvey level, which is $365 annually or only $1 a day. So, day by day, we hear the cry of Africa for the Africans. The cry has become a positive, determined one. It is a cry that is raised simultaneously the world over because of the universal oppression that affects the Negro. And again, that's only $1 a day. Then we have a new level, the Desi X Woods level, which is only $240 a year or $20 a month. Let me tell you a bit about her here. So Desi Woods was sentenced to 22 years in prison for killing a white man in Georgia with his own gun who attempted to rape her in 1975. The attempted rape of Desi Woods was an act of colonial violence targeting all colonized African people. Free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence. Uhuru. So again, this is one of our new levels. Another new level. We have the African People's Socialist Party Deputy Chair on it, Zanae Yeshatela level. So that level is $120 a year or $10 a month. And as you see, we have Ali going down. So if you would like a card, just go ahead and let him know. We have people with baskets coming down the aisle. So DC's level is $10 a month or $120 a year. Her quote is, "We demand the value of all the resources that we have produced over the centuries up until today. Recapturing the resources that belong to African people, both human and material, speaks to the question of mass liberation. That is to free the people, free the African nation." Uhuru. All right, and then we have the Mustafa Musa Abantu level. Long live. And this level is $60 a year or $5 a month. And Musa is here quoted saying, "The Black Power Blueprint is an inspiration for the African working class, returning abandoned buildings into centers of black self-determination, giving youth a vision of the future where we Africans have our rightful place as a free people." Uhuru. All right, and these are the ways to give. So, like I said, we do have people walking around with baskets, so you can fill out the pledge form. Also, you can donate at apspuhuru.org, online at apspuhuru.org/donate, or if you still have checks, which a lot of people don't really have checks anymore, but if you still have checks, you can mail them to Black Star Industries, care of Uhuru House, 4101 West Florissant Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. Uhuru.
So I want to invite to the mic a longtime sustainer, consistent sustainer of the African economy, Nana Yah. Oh, he's on security. All right. Yeah, so just talk to us about why you donate and, why you are a consistent donor.
Well, too much is, given, much is expected. And I believe that, if we all play a little role, that we can build as a people. And so it just takes all of us, to build, and together, if, like I said, if you just take a little bit, I contribute. Basically, I was always taught by my mom, you know, about loving my people and giving, and so taking responsibility for moving, you know, moving in the future. We have to all take responsibility. So if you want to be a part of the, my father told me if you want to be part of the progress, you got to be part of the process. So that's basically what my motto I tried to live by. I remember him, and through that, I remember my father always keep that in my mind, in my heart, in my spirit. And the Black Power blueprint, you know, is building for the people. They're materialists, realists. You can see what you're building. You see where the money is going. And so it's a beautiful thing when we build together. So I've been honored to just share some of the resources in the name of my mother, Shiva Grant, because she gave me life, and whatever I have contributed in my life, I stand on the back of a lot of generations of Africans. Generations of Africans, I stand on their shoulders. So, uhuru.
So, this is the card. So does anybody need a pledge card? If you need a pledge card, do raise your hand and we can get you one. But I'd like to say this is my card, and I'm going to kick it off with the pledge, my 2020 pledge of $500. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So I want to kick off my pledge, and I want to top that and pledge $510. That's how we can do it today. Yeah, and okay.
Uhuru comrades. So, you know, I spent like 20 years on a colonial job, you know, and I used to donate to all these different organizations that the white company give you every month. You come donate to them. I used to do that all the time. So now that I'm a revolutionary, I donate all my money. I'm a member of probably all departments and organizations, apparatuses. But I'm a new donor on the thing. I'm just like blown away. So I want to donate $1,000 as my pledge for the year, and I also want to do another $120 since I'm, you know, one of the donors on this thing here. So y'all can donate to Owners and Ishitella on this thing if y'all have any problems. But my total pledge will be $1,120 for the year. Uhuru.
And I just wanted to say that, you know, I donate because we don't have a future under the social system. You know, I think most of us here are here because we know that there's no future. And ideas mean nothing without translating those ideas into material form. And so we have to give everything we can give. You know, Marcus Garvey led this movement of 11 million people, 11 million Africans all over the world. And African people had to give. They gave in South Africa. When they initiated the Black Star Line, they first went to Cuba, I think, and Africans celebrated when they pulled up to the shores. You know, it was a big celebration of Africans, and I'm sure others in Cuba, and people donated and bought shares in the Black Star Line. And then they went to Costa Rica. Africans celebrated. Other Africans donated. They got on the ships, in some cases, to be transported to other places like Cuba from where they were. And we have this organization, the African People's Socialist Party, has built concrete organizations all over the country, building institutions all over the country, organization, campaigns, waging political struggle all over the world, and it's tied to the liberation of African people. It's not just an institution that we assume can exist inside of the social system. It is designed to overturn it. And there's nothing else we can do with our lives or with our money.
And yeah, T'Challa, I really unite with what you just said. And as far as uniting and you know, like putting your money where your mouth is, I grew up a few blocks from the Uhuru House in St. Louis. So even when I was in high school, you know, there has always been some sort of long-term plan, you know, for North City and for gentrification, right? So even when I was in high school, we didn't have school buses. You know, it was really a push for us to go, it was called the desegregation program. It was to be bused to a county school because those schools were better. Not knowing that when we all got bused to those schools, then all of the schools in our neighborhoods would close, and those same schools are now lofts. You know, so that's what happens. It's all a part of the program, but the Black Power Blueprint has really did something that I haven't seen any organization do before, and I kind of said this before. St. Louis is not the kind of place that people come and they just say, well, we picked St. Louis. You know what I mean? Like, we want to help the black people in St. Louis. Like, nobody has said that ever. But the party did that, and the Black Power Blueprint did that, and it came and it stayed. So I really want to encourage you, if you are about seeing the benefit of, you know, where your resources is going, where your time is going, if you want to see the benefits, I encourage you to visit the Uhuru House in St. Louis and visit the other institutions of the party, because the party does what it says. The political and economic are one. Uhuru.
Yeah, so, Chairman's coming up.
Yeah, I just want to make this contribution. I was tempted to say I gave at the office. But I just want to make a $1,000 contribution as well.
All right, so do we have anybody else who would like to come up and tell us what you're pledging and why?
Yeah, I forgot. When I was up here speaking about, you know, why I donate, I forgot to state what my pledge was going to be for this year. My donation is going to be $1,000 for this year. So.
I've been told that I have to give at the office. So I've added $120 to the owner, Zane Ishitella.
So do we have anybody else? You can go up to this mic here. Comrade Charles Barron. Yep, you can go up to that mic. Bakari, you want to go next? Okay.
Uhuru brothers and sisters, it's always good to be here in the land of revolutionaries. Coming from New York, the Big Apple never gave us a bite, but we're here to just want to pledge $1,000 and pay $300 today.
All right. Can you tell us why you want to pledge?
Because I want to be free.
All right.
And I want to make revolution in America.
All right.
And this is the leading organization in the nation fighting for revolution, not only here on this planet, on this country, in this country, but also on the continent, also in the diaspora. So I was always looking for those who could sustain themselves through the 60s. It was a rough time. And you have done that with your paper, with your movement, with your different committees. So I'm honored to be here with my son, Jawanza. Stand up, Jawanza. My son. And I also have another title. I'm called Mr. Inez Barron. So my African queen, we're all down with you. I can't wait till y'all come to New York City to see what's done. But this is time for revolution. This is the greatest time to be alive. And we are winning. We will win. That's why I'm pledging my funds.
All right.
I'm going to pledge 500, and I I sound like I just got a mandate from Deputy Chair. So 380 is be for that donation, then 120 for the owner Yeshatella. So that's my pledge.
So you're not donating 520?
No, 380 and 120. 500.
All right. So, all right, Uhuru, I want to also call up Chairwoman Penny Hess to come up, tell us what you want to donate and why, and you can join me on the mic.
Uhuru, and I'm going to donate this year $1,500. And I just know that this is part of the stand of reparations. It's not a favor, it's not charity, it's returned stolen wealth. And I'm proud to be able for this to go to the African People's Socialist Party, which is leading the African Revolution. We stand in solidarity, Uhuru.
Comrade Joel.
Uhuru comrades, I'm gonna go ahead and pledge $1,000. I'll be paying that in May for the year. And the reason I'm pledging is, I'll be honest, at 30 years old, I'm just now, within these 5 years, moving out of a severe state of ignorance due to massive colonialism that I've experienced in Tucson. And I've plugged into a lot of organizations throughout the years, but I have to say that this is probably one of the most compelling organizations that I've come across. I just happen to be in South Tucson looking stuff online, trying to find political leaders to raise my own consciousness, because there ain't nobody out there teaching the people, and nobody really cares about this shit. And so when I found this organization, I began to plug in. Sadie plugged in, and I do look forward to bringing a lot of people down to Tucson and building Tucson, because we definitely need some help in AZ. It's a red state. A lot of people ignorant. Our schools ain't teaching us shit. The police locking up every black person out there. I mean, it's the same story all across the world. So I just want to make sure that it's clear that I'm not the best revolutionary today, but I'm gonna contribute what I can. I'm gonna make the moves that I can, and I do hope to learn and develop and become, a better human being in the world, because I definitely want to teach my children that we can live in a better world. Now that I have children and I see them growing and I see the schools they go into and the bullshit happening in the country and all across the globe, I can't look at my daughter, I can't look at my son, and then look at the world around me and just sit at my house and just go to work every day and not do shit about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and pledge $1,000, and I will pay that in May. Thank you. Uhuru.
So we just kind of want to recap as to where we are already. So want to thank some of our donors. Allie Honey, that's it right? Haney, sorry. A pledge of $2,000. We have Jesse Neville with a pledge of $1,008. We have Santosh. You want to say Santosh also?
His last name was Santos. I forgot. I don't know how to say. Where is he? Santos.
Hey, Santos. Hi. $120. President Columbayi and Annette, $60. We have Kabula Mutombu of $600. All right, we have more pledges, but we definitely want to encourage you to keep giving and remember the donor levels. And like I said, if you don't have a card, we do have people with baskets.
Yeah. And for people who are online and watching, you can also donate at apspuhuru.org/donate, or you can email us at donate@apspuhuru.org. All right. Maureen Wagner.
Uhuru, I just want to appreciate Chairman Omali Shatella and that tremendous political report, Deputy Chair, and this tremendous appeal and all the work and the honor to work under your leadership. Chairwoman Penny Hess in the Office of ORED of APSC. And I'm going to do my Omali Shatella pledge again in 2020. That's $25,000. And I'm going to do that because it's my responsibility to do that. And you know, I've said this a couple times, maybe people don't know, but I was actually assigned to go back into the white world and get those resources. I work at a company called Oracle that makes its money off of the destruction of humanity. And literally, I was in a meeting the other day, somebody was going to meet with the Israeli military. So that is behind enemy lines, that is our job. Plus, I am committed to building the work that I've been assigned by Deputy Chair and by APSC and Chairman Amalia Shatella to go back into the moneyed sector through the Grants Committee and through Uhuru Foods and Pies. People with money love those pies. And, you know, in reparations is our salvation. I was fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time in February of 1978 when the chairman introduced African internationalism to an audience of 300 people in San Francisco, and somebody took me there. I didn't know what the chairman was talking about, but I stuck with it because it made sense of the world. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, I just want to salute this amazing plenary as well, and the chairman and the leadership of the African Revolution, and deputy chair, and this whole incredible process and this appeal to Charwa, Chairwoman Penny, just echo, unite everything that's been said. And, you know, want to recommit my stand of solidarity with the African Revolution and reparations as a revolutionary act. And it was mentioned that I'm doing 1,008, which is a very strange number, so I just wanted to explain that I was renewing what I did last year, which was $84 a month, and I calculated it, and for some reason it comes out to 1,008. But I'd like to increase it to 1,200, so which is round up that 84 a month to 100 a month towards this year. Uhuru.
Uhuru, my name's Ali. I'm in the APSC. I just want to salute this plenary, salute the chairman for that powerful political report. And the way we can take it on and take it out is by building a movement for reparations in the white community, going deep into the belly of the beast, as Chairwoman Penny said. And because I work under the brilliant leadership of Deputy Chair Amalia Shatella, I have to up my pledge to 2120, or she would kick my ass. And just to say, as white people, whenever we pay $1 of reparations, that's a bullet in the heart of white power. So I say, bullet, bullet, saddler, saddler.
Uhuru. So I just wanted to say that I am pledging, I want to pledge more, but I want to do 2 of the levels, and I want to pledge more, but right now I want to pledge 180 for the year. And I'm making this pledge because, as the chairman put out in the political report, that we have to be stakeholders in our own organization, in this party, in this movement, and that, you know, Chairman made just the amazing point this morning that, you know, we've given so much of ourselves as African people to white power. And just at a young age of 23, I gave more of myself to white power than I've ever have to my own self and my own people. And so I want to make the commitment, you know, not just by being in the party, but a material commitment to the work of the African People's Socialist Party. And, you know, because I am a stakeholder in the African People's Socialist Party, in the African Revolution. I belong to African people and to the African Revolution. And I wanted to say 180 because I wanted to, you know, give at that Musa level, you know, recognizing Comrade Musa, who long live, who inspired and touched all of us. As a young African who was in this movement, you know, who is going to serve as an inspiration for African people, you know, for as long as this lives, for, you know, in history, that he will be remembered. And I also wanted to give at the $120 level for Deputy Chair Amalia Shatella, who, when I was just, you know, a young woman or a girl looking at Deputy Chair as somebody that I wanted to be like, and being in the party right now and saying Deputy Chair is somebody that I want to be like, my meetings and my agendas and everything and the manuals and the adherence to protocols is all based on the work that Deputy Chair has done. So salute Deputy Chair and the African People's Socialist Party.
And we just want to reiterate again that if anybody is online, you can donate as well. Go to apspUhuru.org/donate.
Yeah, Ralph here. Yeah. And as people say, you know that Ralph and his people, they're all over the place. Well, we are. We are all over the place in many states and many communities forwarding this work. And so as such, working very strongly on trying to free Mutulu Shakur, Sundiata Okola, it takes money. So we are embarrassed that we only have $120 in cash to put towards the movement, and we pledge $240 for the New Abolitionist Movement, which continues this work for education. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Uhuru. My name's Jihad. I'm from Philadelphia. My comrade brother introduced me to you guys, and the reason why I'm here and want to donate and spend my quality time even better is because I know from my past experience, I've been a little bio. I've been locked up from the age of 10 to 17. I got shot by the cops when I was 19, and they put me in jail for life, saying I was shooting at them. Forensic proved my innocence, but I wound up still doing 4 years. But I taught myself everything, so in jail, so it made me more sufficient. I'm paradise from here down. But my whole thing since I came home was to show people no matter what you go through in life, you always just change the page and start a new chapter, because I don't have no family, I don't have friends, I stay alone. I'm like a loner. I got my son, JP, and he the one got me doing the things I'm doing now. The first person that gave me unconditional love. So that gave me, let me be who I am and show people my heart. And that's what I'm doing now. And I just like what y'all doing. And I feel the vibe. And I just like, I don't know, I feel like home. And I feel like it's a family here. So the reason why I just here and just enjoy just being here is because of the energy I feel from you guys. So at the end of the day, I like to donate, I guess, to Harriet Tubman 2400, just to show that I'd like to give back, because I know how it is, and I just want to show people there's good people out there. That's all.
Uhuru. Izwele tu. E-Africa. Uhuru comrades. I want to give to Deputy Chair, because she is our leadership and we love her. But I want to give to the Musa Bantu level, because Musa was special. He was special to all of us. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I know I'm supposed to touch the mic. I don't want to get in trouble. Fist up! Fight back! Fist up! Fight back! Uhuru. You know, I just want to donate, not donate, I just want to give, and I wish I could give more, but I'm giving this because when Ferguson, August 9th, when Mike Brown died, my life changed, and, you know, I wish I could be, you know, Chairman Omali Yeshitela level, because he gave me this name, Columbai, that means brave, never give up. And when I first met Chairman, like literally what drove me to this organization is because I lost my brothers at an early age, and I had been through things because of colonialism, because of genocide every day that I experienced. And I wanted to do something to fight back at the system that destroyed my family. And more, the reason why I'm here today and the reason why I would never give up is because I unite with African Internationalists, the theory and the practice and who this organization have helped me to be. Like, I never thought that I could do the things that I have been able to do in this organization. And I remember when I first met Deputy Chair, and I was trying to explain to her how I went nothing and I couldn't do nothing. And she was like, girl, you can be anything you want to be in this organization. And literally you can if you surrender your will and like surrender your will to this party, accept the discipline of the party, you can be whatever you want to be. And so I'm donating because I want to destroy the system that destroyed my family. And so I'm donating because the Musa level. Uhuru.
Uhuru, I am giving also $120 level. So 1620. 1620 this year. Saluting Deputy Chair. Saluting Deputy Chair, Owners of the Nation.
Uhuru, we have, Deputy Chair is doing what she does well. She wins us.
So fist up. Fist up. Uhuru. So, you know, I can't let anybody like do so salute the deputy chair, and that's my number one. You know what I mean? Like so much inspiration from the deputy chair. All, you know, she is given to the party, man, and all she always, I mean, it's just amazing. So, yeah, I'm gonna salute the deputy chair. I'm gonna do the 120, what is it, 120? Yes, I wanna salute you, Uhuru.
I had encouraged to make that a higher level. Uhuru, we have other wonderful pledges that have been coming in for commerce that couldn't be here, people that donated last year or in the past, and one is Carol Locke, who works with Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland, and she is pledging $720 for 2020. And we also have Paul Kessler and his wife Karina, 4 generations of volunteers, from his mother, him and his wife, his 2 daughters, their grandchildren. And he is now living in Spokane, Washington, involved with USM there. They are donating $500 for 2020. Uhuru. Then we have one of the fabulous O'Daniel brothers, Harris Daniels, and his wife, Kristen, from Philadelphia. People know him from Uhuru Furniture. They are donating $2,000 for 2020 to forward the work of the party in Black Power Blueprint. Then we have Mads Ambrose from Portland, who is donating $600. Uhuru. We have Xavier X from San Diego, $365. Uhuru. And we have Joel Hamburger, who used to be the manager of Uhuru Furniture. He's just been in solidarity for 30 years at least, really taking a great stand always. And he is continuing his pledge, $370 for 2020. And then we have one of our significant donors, or Amalia Shatella donors, Ruby Gilson, who wanted me to announce today. She'll be here Monday. She's donating $7,000 for 2020. This is really profound. That's reparations. She not only donates, she is winning members of her family to donate $1,000, $500, the cousin to do $500, and win the other relatives for another $500. She's really, you know, just really takes a great stand. And then we have Renee Nassar, who can't announce for herself today, who's doing $280 for 2020. And then I just, my own pledge, unfortunately I can't go up, but I know how I could do it, but I do want to say that I was raised to hate imperialism, but British imperialism from the Irish. And I mean, I came with a lot of baggage to the movement. Matter of fact, when I would hear Allie's English accent, it was like I couldn't get behind her leadership, and she is the person She is the cadre that I most want to emulate with Chairwoman Penny Hess. I really mean it. And this is way back in the late 70s. I would hear the British accent. That's how, you know, this whole white nationalist thing where the Irish can be against the British, but they participate in the most profound violence against African people in this country. Oh, but I do want to say I kind of got over that, fortunately. And I really know that I hate imperialism. I hate to hear President Kalambaye talk about her brothers. I know that my 3 brothers had a whole different life. And in fact, 2 of them got extensions of years from medical care, from plain, ordinary, the white medical care white people get. And I just, every day we see these disparities. I hate colonialism. I want to see it destroyed. I want to participate in every way that I can. My pledge is $1,380 plus $120 for the Ona Zane Ishitella level, who is my greatest respect. Under her leadership for 10 years, changed my life. She's just transformed me as a better person and just taught me everything I know. So my pledge is $1,500. Uhuru.
Uhuru, just want to remind you that if you are watching live or online, you can visit us at apspuhuru.org/donate or email us at donate@apspuhuru.org and we'll email you back. And if you'd like to keep your donation anonymous, you want to be an anonymous giver, you can do that as well. Just let us know in your email. Uhuru. All right, so I have more. So more to announce. So we have Jackson Hollingsworth with a $20 donation. We have Dorothy Eden with a $240 donation. We have Janice Kent, who's working really, really hard back there. Keep having questions for her, with a $2,000 donation. Malika Alexander, $120. Stephanie Midler, $1,200. Casey Mackey, $60. Lynn Stewart, $120. Janet Caprone, $600. And Nina Guevara, $60. There is still time to donate, and I am not gonna let y'all outdo me. So I want to give also to the DC Owners and Chatella level. So I'd like to raise my pledge. Uhuru.
Hold on. See, look, we didn't talk that over. So I didn't do it. But since we made the decision, you know, that's it right there. So I want to up mine as well.
Uhuru, comrades, we still have work to do. I am so lying. We have exceeded our goal. Give yourselves a hand. We received a very large donation from Mark Anderson, $25,000. That took us over the top. Our total is 92, it keeps moving. It was 92, now it's $93,183. We still got more people? Okay. Go ahead, come to the mic, feel free. Anybody?
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, I'm so proud to be here. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so honored to be here. Musa Mustafa Bantu. We've been uplifting this brother's name, and we pledge to never let his name fall to the ground. Never. When I say Musa, you say Abantu. 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 When I say Musa, you say Abantu. Musa. Musa. That's right. So this brother's image, his face appears on every poster that we have for the Musa Bantu Black Power Poetry and Open Mic. His image is all over St. Louis. Every time somebody buy a ticket, his name is on it. Musa Mustafa Bantu. That's our brother. And in his honor, in the honor of this mighty comrade that strove with a mighty striving to make African internationalism a household word, I want to pledge to in his name. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And I'd like to thank some more of our donors. Lisa Watson, $5,000. Uhuru. We have Michael Jones, $60. We have Johan Bedingfield, $120. We have Comrade Kundai here, $10. We have Suchis Sora. Did I say that right? $60. Janice Bryant, Comrade Janice, $60. Opa Hamilton, $120. Betty Davis, $240. Rashada Parks, $600. Take that up to $1,200. Uhuru. We have Alexander Morley, $500. Kyle Wise, $120. Ikemba Rumani Ajori, $120. Rain Rutherford, $60. Comrade Jason Khan, $120. Chiwaniso Luzolo, $500. And these comrades and these names that I am mentioning, if you would like to make your way to the mic and, and tell why you want to donate or why you plan, if maybe you pledged for 2019, but then you say, you know what, it's worth renewing for 2020. So if you want to go over to the mic and, have some time just to tell us why you renewed. We have Virginia Wilson, $60. We have Chiwaniso Luzola, $500. And we have Pete Yarachuk, $620.
I'm donating because for the first time in my life, I believe in a movement. I believe in what is going on here, and I believe in you.
And I'd like to add another $60 to what I'm already giving. Because when I think about the brother in St. Louis that we just mentioned, Mustafa, I think about my brothers that are suffering in Europe, that I left in Europe and told them, not much longer. We come in, and we coming strong, okay? So, if this is on the international mic, this mic, okay? We coming.
All right, so most of those names that I previously read were already included in that total I gave you, but it has gone up. And our new total is $94,083. So we really appreciate all of you, We have Dexter Miller, $60. Sandra Forrest, $600. Ali Ayelo, $240. Kara Locke, $720. Oh yeah, and Kitty did mention Kara's name already. We have Renee. Did you mention Renee? Xavier, Okay, that's the whole list you bring. Sorry. We have Raya Fogarty. $240. Comrade Raya. And Comrade Raya is on the African 1 Billion Strong steering committee with us. And she is like everything. You know, like she knows so much history about the party and just, you know, like she's just like the realest. And we'll, you know, like she just, if we have a brochure or something, you can just give her an idea. Some of you guys have probably already received emails of birthday cards or thank you cards. Those were designed by Comrade Raya and Charles. So she is really, really a big factor in our committee. And we love Raya. Uhuru. And thank you for your donation, Raya, if you're looking. We have Paul Kessler, $500. You did that one. All right, I think that's it then. All right, well, Uhuru, so the new total I have is still the same, $94,083. All right, so if you weren't able to, you know, pledge today, or if you change your mind and want to pledge more, you can always visit the back table. Or one more time, I'm going to give you the information.
We want to do 100,000. Come on, comrades. Come on, we're only like 5,000 short between today and tomorrow. So y'all think about it. We need $5,000 more to reach 100,000. We want to do this over these next 3 days, right?
Mm-hmm. We can do it.
Yes, yes, we can.
If we raise that much in like 30 minutes. All right, so if you, like I said, if you change your mind, you want to raise your pledge for the year, or if you weren't able to pledge and you want to go back and do that, you can. Or if you want to go online, you can do that, apspuhuru.org/donate, or email us at donate@apspuhuru.org. Thank you, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Let's give another round of applause for ODC. All right. Y'all better be disciplined and hold up to them pledges. All right, so next, we would like to hear on a call to join in the African People's Socialist Party from the Azania Party, Chairman Tafari.
Uhuru comrades, brothers and sisters, I am Tafari Mugeri, and I am the chair of the African People's Socialist Party, occupied Azania. I am out here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And the first thing I want to do is to acknowledge the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party and the African Revolution, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and the National Central Committee. And also I want to send my salutation to all those seated in St. Petersburg, participating in this first plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, and all those watching and observing this through live stream and other means. Comrades, my role here is simply to talk about the significance of joining the African People's Socialist Party and actually participating in this process of building the African Revolution. If you could observe what is happening across the world in this period, in this 21st century, it is becoming obvious and apparent to all those in the world that imperialism is in a great frenzy and it's in deep, deep, deep crisis right now. We saw what happened in Iran, and we can see what is happening in North Africa, the rejection of the French military. We can see what is happening the participation of the USA in East Africa and what it is doing to actually to circumvent the efforts of the people, indigenous people in South America for self-determination through the puppet regimes that the USA is inflicting in that region. We can see that imperialism is actually on a decline across the world. But as Chairman Omali Eshitela has said before, that just because imperialism is in a crisis, it does not automatically guarantee that the African working class will triumph. We need to see efforts coming from an advanced sector of the African population coming out, taking initiative, and actually making efforts to make sure that the African working class is able to recognize its class aspirations and actually to organize in such a manner that actually indicates and guarantees that we are able to win and consolidate the struggle across the world. Our comrades, even out here in South Africa and in the USA and everywhere where African people are located, we can see a rise of organizations springing out across the world, from Cape to Cairo and everywhere. But many of these organizations are unable to actually express the greatest aspirations of the African working class, as has been expressed throughout the history of our resistance and struggle against our imperialists. The African People's Socialist Party was founded in 1972. And since then, the party has been fighting tirelessly through different strategies and programs to make sure that the chain and the tie of the African resistance since the last 600 years is never broken. And our mission right now is actually to complete that black revolution of the 1960s. And this should be done in practical ways through a scientific revolution called African internationalism. This has been evident in the work that has been done by the party in the USA through the form of the Black Power Blueprint and all the institutions that the party has been able to build to show that what we have been saying in terms of our theory of African internationalism can actually be translated into practice. That politics is nothing but concentrated economics. But what these neo-colonialist politicians have been trying to convince the people is that politics is actually to cast a vote for some imperialist or for some neo-colonialist puppet. But now, what we need in order for us to forward this project of the revolution is actually to go into the townships, to go into the barrios, into the ghettos, and everywhere where the African working class is located, even in the factories and the firms where African labor is being exploited, to organize this social force for it to realize its historical mission of actually summing up neocolonialism and actually destroying imperialism. This can only be done through an advanced detachment, an advanced sector of the African population and the African working class, and that is the African People's Socialist Party. So we are now building here in occupied Tanzania, the same way more efforts are being done in Ghana and throughout Europe and the Caribbean and even in the USA right now. So we want to see this project being built across the world, because there is no African revolution without the conscious participation of the African working class. This has to be done throughout the world. And we need, as Chairman Omali Eshitela has actually stated in the 7th political report to the 7th Congress, that we want to have a political organization of professional revolutionaries. For example, I am a teacher and you might be a lawyer, someone might be a bricklayer and so forth, but that's just an occupation. What we need to have as a profession is revolution. We must be revolutionaries in terms of profession, because that is the most significant thing in this age and period for any African person living and existing anywhere in the world, because there is no future for African people under this social system. Imperialism has to be destroyed, capitalism has to be destroyed, and colonialism has to be destroyed across Africa. The borders that actually lock us into this relationship with our imperialists and with our oppressors need to be destroyed. Africa must be unified under leadership of the African working class, and that can only be done through building projects. This is not going to happen overnight through wishing or wishful thinking or making declarations. This can only be done through commitment and sacrifice. That's what we need through this African revolution. And I want to also comment about the mass organizations that we need to build. For example, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. We can see that the IMPDAM is actually growing in occupied Tanzania, and this will be happening in Ghana as well. And in the USA, it has been happening since the 1980s, and officially in 1991, IMPDAM has to be built across the world. We need to take this organization into the ghettos and take people from where they are and win them back into political life, because that is the only way the African revolution can be realized. The African National Women's Organization must be built as well. Even the USM, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, has to be taken up here in occupied Tanzania and everywhere, so that the members of the colonizer population or the colonizer nation, those who are progressive, they need to be won into this project, because the African working class and the African nation makes up the pedestal that actually supports this whole system that is oppressing all people across the world. And I just want to say finally that, comrades, this plenary is actually part and parcel of the work of building the African revolution and actually consolidating all efforts by oppressed people across the world, oppressed peoples across the world, to actually destroy this social system that has actually been killing and murdering people across the world for such a long time. So forward with the revolution, forward with the African revolution, Uhuru, Black Power. None.
All right, Uhuru. Let's give another round of applause to Chairman Tafari of APSP Occupy Tanzania. Uhuru. All right, and salute to all of those who have resolved to join the party. And now we're going to take a 25-minute break, and so we'll return back at 3:50. Let's be disciplined. Again, y'all been doing a great job getting back on time, so let's get back at 3:50, and we'll continue on with some awards, and then resuming the presentation of the political report by our chairman, Amalia Shatella. Uhuru. find our seats. All right, Uhuru, so we done did a lot of things today. We reviewed the political report by the chairman. We done had this presentation by ODC. So I know everybody's excited, everybody's, enthusiastic about this African liberation movement, the Uhuru movement, and we're just, really excited to have everybody here, all the comrades. And so, with the speech by Chairman Tafari, we have Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Penny Hess, these vets of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. I hope everybody is moved and motivated and ready to do more work, ready to contribute your skills any way you can, even if it's just resources or if you got computer skills, photography, writing, whatever it is. Everybody is able to contribute somehow to this movement. And so I'm just really excited and appreciative of everybody that's come before us today. And next, I want to bring up Comrade Chimarenga Selumbao. I'm going to go home and practice that. So I know everybody's excited. He's going to do a call for membership to this great party, the party that's leading us, to freedom, to liberation. And so let's give a warm welcome to Comrade Chimarenga. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So they gave me a chance to come in from the cold. In Florida at that. Uhuru, comrades. Before I make the call, I want to express appreciation to the great NCC of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and all the leaders of our movement and our mass organizations. What you've heard today is groundbreaking stuff. Well, what you've heard is history being made, and you are part of that. And I think we always assume that you are not here just to be receivers of information. We believe that you want to do more than that, or you wouldn't be here. So we are making a call to join the African People's Socialist Party. And I am privileged because I've been asked, and two, because I have Sadie Shaw, who has a clipboard, who will be going around and running to you once you say, yes, I want to join the African People's Socialist Party. And Sadie, raise your hand. Yeah. Yeah. So I really want people to think about all the things that you heard today, this great political report to the first plenary of the 7th Party Congress. I know some of you may have missed the 7th Party Congress, but this is the next best thing. So if you are as excited about it as I am, I know we're going to see lots of hands go up in the air. So if you believe in revolution, if you believe in self-determination for African people, if you believe it's time for you to make that move, and DC was whispering in my ear, tell them to come up here. And I agree. Then step forward and then stand right by me at this podium. So you can do it now. Let me see you run up here. Not walk. You should be running after all you've heard today. There shouldn't be any fear about taking on this process. Okay. Now, Socialist is in Oakland, and I know how lonely it is in Oakland. So she doesn't want to be standing here with me because I'm way on the other side of the world in St. Petersburg, Florida. So let me see a second person who wants to stand by Suches and make this move. DC said, don't be scared. Going once. And you're from Oakland too, right? All right, Kobina, you better get to work. Southern region. So I really appreciate these comrades coming forward. Want to tell you a little story before we ask for somebody else to come up. A brother walked up to me while I was on security and said, my name is Christopher Deaver. I actually met Christopher Deaver. He called the Uhuru House 12 years ago. And that's how important this is. He stumbled around in his life, he went to jail, and he came right back around. He was 16 years old the first time I talked to him. Now he's 28. So if you're thinking, yeah, I've been hanging around this long, I can just keep hanging around. You know, he made that move. As a matter of fact, he did some extraordinary things just to get here. Somebody drove him here from North Carolina. So I wanted to tell you that story because I think it's really inspiring. And also, I want you to come up quickly because Allie is trying to give me the hook and tell me to shut up. So, do we have anyone else that's interested? Uhuru. Uhuru. So I know my time is short, but I want to give everyone that came up a chance to say their name, where they're from, and why they decided to make this move. So, Suches.
Uhuru. I am Sucha Surah. I'm from Oakland, California, and I knew this is something I wanted to do, but I had my little struggles, my nervousness, and thinking about things, and, you know, really like, you know, but I do want to do this, and I will. Well, for one, I am proud to be who I am. I love who I am, and I love being black, and I love this. So I will do my best, all that I could do, as long as I'm here on earth.
My name is Rain. I'm from Oakland, California as well. And I wanted to join because I really believe that, you know, this will bring about change. Yeah, I really do believe it.
Uhuru, my name is Diop Ulukbala. I was born in Brooklyn, New York, raised in El Paso, Texas. And the party's the only thing that really felt like home to me. I believe in the African Revolution, and I want to struggle with every opportunity and ability to be part of this party and movement. Uhuru.
Uhuru, my name is Osa Shakur. I'm from New York. I joined because I truly believe that I was born a revolutionary, and in my lifetime, I struggled a lot to fulfill that role. And I just want to struggle with people that can lead me to where it is that I feel I need to go.
Uhuru. So I want to appreciate everybody that stepped forward. Want to appreciate Allie for making me stay on task. And DC was coaching everybody run up here. So I think it's been a great day. We got 2 more days. It's going to be lots of information. This is what revolution is about. You know, the white people say, this is what demonstrations look like. You know, this is what revolution looks like. So, yeah, I just want to express appreciation for everybody that came forward. And, you know, you'll have another opportunity tomorrow. If you didn't join today, more time to think about it. Another opportunity tomorrow, and then another opportunity on Monday. I understand we're going to probably have more people tomorrow than we did today. So I'm really looking forward to that. And, you know, let's do the rest of this plenary. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, Chimaranga. Uhuru, all right, let's give another round of applause to our new party members. Uhuru, One Africa. One Africa. One nation. All right, Uhuru. Okay, and next, we want to turn it over now to the leader of the African People's Socialist Party, our chairman, Amali Yeshatela, and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshatela for our awards. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. So I just really want to say that we're getting ready to have the Uhuru Movement Acknowledgement and Recognition Program. This wasn't initially on the plenary, but I really fought to have this on the plenary because we really recognize that the importance of this program. You know, not just to recognize people, but to recruit them and to retain them. So it's the 3 R's that we are really representing here. And 2 of the awards that we're going to present today is, one is the Chairman Omali Shatella Award, and the other one is the Comrade of the Year Award. So we're going to go ahead and let the chairman kick off the Chairman Omali Ishatella Award. This is one of the highest awards in this program. So I'm going to read what that is right quick. The Chairman Omali Shatella Achievement Award is the Chairman Omali Certificate of Achievement recognized individuals who make significant contribution in leadership, program, management, budgetary, excellence, customer service, or other areas with the organization that has an impact worldwide. Individuals who receive this award would normally have made contributions that materially improve the organization mission and vision. Those individuals in leadership roles may nominate individuals for this recognition, and it must be approved by Chairman Omali Shatella, so that's why we call it the Chairman Omali Shatella Award. So, Chairman.
Uhuru, comrades. The African People's Socialist Party is pleased to award our Omali Shatella Award, the highest award, to a comrade who's a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Central Committee. And this comrade joined the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1979. And this was, I'm sorry, I have to do it that way. I don't know how otherwise to do it. Because this is supposed to be like a surprise, right? But I'm giving too much information. You understand?
But that's okay. Everybody don't know this comrade.
Okay. So there's enough information. They will know it shortly.
So don't read it then, just
Don't
say
read
whatever.
it.
Just say whatever you want to say.
Say whatever I want to say. No, this is really important. This was a program that was initiated by Comrade Deputy Chairwoman Ona Zenea Shatella. The thing is that it really contributes, we believe, like to the morale of our party and our movement, to be recognized for the contributions that you make in this process. And we encourage people to nominate comrades, people who we know and work with, for awards to be recognized by the party and to be recognized by your peers, by those of us who are in the party and in the Uhuru movement. And I've had an opportunity to work with this comrade for I don't know how many years now, 45 plus years. And so that eliminates a lot of people. So and I'm going to go ahead and read some of this specifically, despite the fact that I have the dragon breathing down my neck. And but this comrade joined APSC in 1979 after she organized a successful fundraising campaign event in Eugene, Oregon, for a struggle that we were leading to free Desi Woods. You saw a picture of her. She is one of the persons for whom some of the donors is named. And this comrade continued to organize in the community of Eugene, Oregon. Now, I was in Eugene, Oregon. Eugene, Oregon is like one of those sunset cities, right? Where African people ain't supposed to be there when the sun goes down, literally. I mean, I think, I don't know if there are any other Africans in Eugene after I leave, you understand? But, she had a black belt in Kung Fu, and she brought Comrade Omawale K-Fing and me to speak at numerous events raising resources for the Desi Woods campaign. And the black belt in Kung Fu came in handy in Berkeley, California, where the Spartacus League was running around the country claiming that they fought the Klan everywhere, including in St. Petersburg, Florida, I think was, where we had a battle with the Klan right here, told them don't show up in St. Pete. They didn't hear us, and so we had to ask them rather forcefully to get out of town, and they did, sheets flying. But so the Sparts were running around, Spartacus League were running around claiming that they was chasing the Klans out, and they did it in St. Petersburg, Florida, so they had this meeting in Berkeley, California, University of California, Berkeley, and we went to see them to ask them how the hell they could say something like that when it had nothing to do with anything. And they blocked our entrance and stuff, or tried to, but we were led at that time by Biko Lumumba, who was like 6'7", and Biko wasn't just tall and big. Biko was serious, you understand, very serious brother. So, you know, we came in anyway despite their reluctance to allow us entry. But then some guy jumped in front, and Kitty did a front kick. And and this guy, I wouldn't have done it. They had a newspaper. I've forgotten the name of it now, but they had a picture of this guy, blooded face, and look what the Uhurus did to us. And so we did it because they knew that the guy was in a relationship with an interracial relationship, and that's why they picked on him to kick. And I don't think we knew anything about the guy except he was blocking the door, right? And but anyway, so we'll be talking about Kitty moved to Oakland in 1980, where the party's headquarters were located, and she was involved in historic work of the Uhuru movement at that time. She was part of the African National Prison Organization Solidarity Committee and APSC's marches against genocide in solidarity with Black Power. Kitty was part of the group of APSC members who went to Brooklyn, New York in 1982 for 2 years as part of the building for the party's first tribunal on reparations to African people. Kitty worked on the Oakland Summer Project in 1984 and the Measure O and Measure H campaigns, the party's ballot initiatives for community control of housing that won 22,000 votes in 1984 and 86, 20% of the vote. It was an incredible land reform law that was so significant that one of the local newspapers said that if this measure passes on Monday, Governor Duke Majan, who was the governor at the time, would order an airstrike on Oakland on Tuesday, right? That's how serious they took it. Kitty was known for her fighting spirit and kung fu, kicking a white leftist that was attempting to keep party member Biko Lumumba from entering an event. She had to go to court after biting the hand of a cop that tried to arrest her. And one of the party's Oakland housing struggles with the city council. In 1986, Kitty took over heading up Uhuru Foods after APSC made the commitment that reparations to African people was the center of our work. In those years, Uhuru Foods coordinated scores of street fairs every year all over the Bay Area and following the Grateful Dead concert tours. Now, I believe that anybody who followed the Grateful Dead concert tours for years needs to be awarded something. You understand? And if they stayed and listened to anything, they needed to be awarded even more. So the Uhuru Solidarity Pie campaigns were already a major fundraiser by this time. She lived 20 years in Oakland where her daughter Emerald was born. Kitty played a key role in the building and coordination of the Uhuru furniture store in St. Petersburg, Florida. We had a furniture store here in St. Petersburg, Florida, and the economy bottomed out, and we decided that we didn't want to do that at the time. We probably made a mistake in retrospect, looking at if you can't go anywhere in this city now without seeing, huge construction going up. And so Kit is director of ORED, the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, responsible for oversight, especially of Solidarity comrades who are assigned to work in the more than 50 economic institutions of the party directly under the leadership of the Deputy Chair, Comrade Onizene Shatella. Kitty has always made the fight for APSC's stand of reparation on time and according to what is needed by the party, and for the party's protocols to be carried out to the max in all the institutional work that APSC members participate in. In particular, we salute Comrade Kitty for her tremendous cadre stand in her work under Deputy Chair's office in St. Louis, where Kitty immediately came when assigned. And I want to say that. She immediately came to St. Louis when she was assigned there. I met her in Eugene, Oregon. And I don't even know all the places that she traveled with, as required by the party. The required, go here, go there, and organize. And she is one of the comrades that we could always rely on to do what was necessary to get done. In particular, as the project director for the Black Power Blueprint from the Uhuru House to the outdoor event space, Kitty has fought for the stand of highest quality work in all of our projects and worked tirelessly to make these a reality in quality that is worthy of the leadership of the African working class. She has carried this out in addition to her many other responsibilities, including the coordination of the African 1 billion strong donor campaign. Comrade Kitty has always maintained a mobilizing, fighting stance of deep love for the party and the Uhuru movement, deeply politicizing, struggling goals with humor and a motivational stance. I say it with humor, but people are not humorous around me, so I think somebody added that in it, but all right. So here is the Chairman Omali Shatella Awards of Achievement. Yeah,
I just am extremely honored Chairman Amalia Shatella Award, to even have my name in the same sentence, Chairman Amalia Shatella, and, you know, profound, been under the profound leadership of Deputy Chair for 10 straight years, and that, I mean, I'm overwhelmed. I just want to say that as a white person, what an honor it's been, what a great life it's been in the Uhuru movement, in solidarity. And the party did, I mean, we were a mess. I will say, like, cadre are not born, cadre are forged. And if there's anything to put me forward, it just has to go back to the party. I really salute the African People's Socialist Party, the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Shatella, and, you know, and the leadership of Chairwoman Penny Hess. Just, Allie, everybody. I mean, I just accept this, you know, I'm just really shocked. I accept this for, you know, the stance of all of APSC, and know that we will make the commitment to go the whole way, right to the end, till African people are free and colonialism is destroyed. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. So the next award is the Comrade of the Year Award. And I just want to read a few things about this comrade. It's hard to believe it's only been 4 years, August 22nd, that APEDF BSI Economic Director, STL, this comrade joined the African People's Socialist Party and successfully completed his probation February 22nd, 2017. This comrade, actually, I sponsored. It was clear to me from day one that this comrade wanted to be a leader, not in name only, but in practice, because work without practice is dead. And anyone knows that this comrade proves and has committed himself to the liberation of Africa and the African people. He's just not someone who wants to be, you know, in front of a podium. He's someone who wants to carry out the mission of African internationalism. I must state that this comrade work ethics goes beyond the day he entered the party. This comrade, I keep saying this comrade because I have his name here and I was kind of want to surprise him.
I can tell by the expression on his face, he's surprised as hell.
This comrade was called to a meeting led by Chairman Amalia Shatella to discuss the APSP intention on building in North St. Louis and locating an Uhuru house that would be used to organize in the African community. This comrade was part of the important search and led the way forward in the renovation process of its completion. This comrade decided that he wanted to become a full-time organizer, and he quit his colonial job and now is the APEDF BSI Economic Development Director for the Office of the Deputy Chair. This comrade was assigned to lead the NTU Volunteer Brigade and coordinate the work days that have mobilized scores of volunteers to participate in completion of Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 of the Black Power Blueprint. This comrade works in an organized fashion that allows the projects to grow and for the committee to multitask because everyone is able to see the interrelationship between all the tasks and projects coming together as one completion. This comrade created programs, taught himself, I had herself because I was still trying to like hide it, but I think people know who it is by now. Taught himself programs, assault training to learn programs to further our organization capacity and hold contact development and work accountable. A few of the programs that this comrade is using to the fullest for contact development is Maryland Light and HubSpot. This comrade stands as an example of a new cadre who takes full responsibility to study Chairman Amalia Shatella's writings and speeches and who has internalized African internationalism in theory and in practice. This comrade assumed cadre leadership responsibilities in this past 4 years that he's been a member of the African People's Socialist Party. I'm going to stop saying it. Tachara is the leadership of all the economic development activities in St. Louis, the Central Hub, and the Black Power Blueprint. He's a board member of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and coordinates the newly renovated Uhuru House in Aquaba Hall with staffing and training. Tachara is now developing functioning office on the second floor of the Uhuru House and is leading the development of Quabajo as a community institution. Over several years, Tachara has taken on the responsibility to coordinate the work of 5 students from the STL youth jobs. I mean, this is really critical because he believes in the youth, you know, and we became a part of the St. Louis youth program, and the people call Tachara all the time, can you take 5 more, can you take 10 more, all the time, because he does such an excellent job with training the youth, and they all want to work under his leadership. So I really want to salute to him. Yeah. So wait. So Tachara has also developed deep unity from his family members. He's now married to the beautiful Nzei, who is a member of the African People's Socialist Party and a member of the ODC, and his beautiful daughter Aaliyah and son Zion as one of the youngest members of Selling the Burning Spear. Yeah. Yes, Tachara adheres to and follows democratic centralism with deep appreciation and leadership of Chairman Omali Shatella. Because Tachara embraces democratic centralism as the liberating principle of the organization of the party and the working class, he is also a great leader and a great organizer. So I'm going to stop there because I know my time is up. Ellie has been...
You've been ignoring her.
But I just want to say I'm just really proud of this comrade. You know, he deserved to be Comrade of the Year. And just his profound stance and leadership, I know I've learned a lot under his leadership, and I think we all can learn a lot under his leadership. So, Comrade Tachara, come up for.
I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? I was truly surprised. I mean, I didn't expect this at all because, you know, when we talk about this notion of being a vanguard, it's because, you know, we have people in this party, not everybody are there yet, but people in this party who will do anything and who will go to any lengths to carry out the mission of the African People's Socialist Party. And to be recognized by that group of peers is, you know, it's something that I never feel like I live up to, you know. And I just appreciate it and really don't know what to say. You know, I mean, it's a profound experience, though, to, you know, work with people who have turned their lives over to the liberation of the African nation. And I mean this, we don't have weekends, no such thing as a weekend. I don't want to scare nobody, but, you know, we are revolutionaries, and we're full-time revolutionaries, and revolution is not a 9-to-5 job. And so I'm just happy to be able to live up to the standards of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru. Like
Uhuru. I just want to say one other thing about these two comrades, and that is that Comrade Tafari is right, that there are people in our party, in our movement, there's no doubt in my mind, we've seen it, who are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for the liberation of our people. But that's not exactly why we recognize Comrade Tachara and Kitty. It's also the question of organization, to be part of organization, because we know there are people who are willing to risk their lives, thrust their lives on the line any given moment, face the bayonets and do all of that kind of stuff, but they won't be organized. They will not be part of the collective. They will not submit to the will of the party. They will not become revolutionaries in that sense. And this is the fundamental thing that we are talking about. People who have made that kind of commitment to submit to the will of the organization, to understand that what we have is democratic centralism, and we also have a division of labor. If we have a division of labor, that means that when people come into the Solidarity Committee, they come into the Solidarity Committee to carry out a certain function related to their work that they do in the white community. Kitty's be in big time trouble, would not be up here receiving that if instead what she was trying to do was run the black movement. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just because she's bold and willing to take it on, and there are people bold and willing to. We mentioned Ryan Fogarty, who came to our movement, a North American woman, as a youngster, a punk at the time, when we were building the first tribunal on reparations for African people there in Brooklyn, New York. And I found myself pissed off because Ra didn't come to the meeting. She didn't need my direction. I found out the reason Ra wasn't in the meeting, she was in jail. The reason she was in jail because on the way to the meeting, she saw some pigs beating up an African man and she jumped on the pigs. You understand? So that wasn't in the plan. That violated our assumptions in terms of opposition to spontaneity, but it was all right. It was all right. So, but the other thing about Raya is that she was committed to organization. She truly was. When Raya and I were both in Oakland, I was the chair, the head, the president of the Oakland NPDOM. At the time, it might have been National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. And Raya was my secretary, and together, we had more than 100 members in NPDOM right there in Oakland, California. She believed in organization. And the point that I'm making is good members are not just people who bold and willing to dash out and risk lives and things like that, but people who are part of organization and carry out the function that they have been assigned to in the organization. And so don't tell me how bold you've been and I worked so hard and did all these wonderful things, et cetera, when you have done it outside of the organization and independent of the organization and sometimes contrary to the interest and direction of the organization. But that's not true of T'Challa and Kitty, and that's why they were standing up here now. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Let's give a round of applause again to our awardees. Uhuru. Israel too. Africa. Uhuru. All right, so we are going to get back into our political reports, and let's welcome up our chairman again. I just really want to appreciate the leadership of this party and Chairman Amalia Shatella for this political report, and let's give Chairman Amalia Shatella a round of applause to continue this political report.
Thank you, comrades. So we're going to be as expeditious as possible so that we can complete the assignment within the time frame that we've been allotted. So because I keep hearing people that attempt to remind me that like imperialism, my time is up. So our party is the architect of the African nation under construction. We are this not only because we say we are, but because we are also the construction workers. Our revolutionary political work is organizing the forcibly dispersed African nation to active participation in creating the future for Africa and the world in which we will live. We are negating the hundreds-year-old life and liberty depriving imperialist reality through construction of its antipode. This is the relationship of theory to practice that must be understood, especially during this time of the existential crisis of imperialism. Vanguard Up has practical significance at this moment. We recognize that the African reality we are constructing must be done in the process of solving a myriad of political contradictions, not the least of which is the imperialist domination of Africans
especially in Africa, through the neo-colonialism that Kwame Nkrumah warned us about. The struggle against neo-colonialism is fundamental to genuine African liberation, unification, and development. On May 23rd, 1963, 57 years ago, Ghana President Kwame Nkrumah made what was probably his most important political presentation in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at the founding meeting of the misnamed Organization of African Unity. Nkrumah spoke of the contradictions confronting African liberation that it has been left to the African People's Socialist Party to resolve, and that this plenary will reiterate. Here's a short excerpt from Nkrumah's presentation, which is titled, "We Must Unite Now or Perish." On this African continent, it has not taken us long to discover that the struggle against colonialism does not end with the attainment of national independence. Independence is only the prelude to a new and more involved struggle for the right to conduct our own economic and social affairs, to construct our society according to our aspirations, unhampered by crushing and humiliating neo-colonialist controls and interference. And that's an aspect of colonialism that Africans really understand. I'm talking about the daily humiliation. Every day of our existence as black people is a humiliating existence where there is no protection for our children, no such thing protection for our women, no assumption of any kind of future that we have as a people. The ability of the homeless white person, child, baby, anybody to determine whether we live or die. I mean, this is just a humiliating kind of reality that we experience. The theft of the genius of African people every day that will take the talent and the genius of a Little Richard or James Brown or Charles Brown and then transfer that to a Mick Jagger who would not even successfully participate in a talent contest in ordinary black community, would be booed off the platform. But what happens is the talents, the genius of African people just get taken away from us. And so we're about building a movement that would change that. So that, you know, white people can sing their own music, throw their own footballs. I mean, the fact is that this is a humiliating existence that we have as a people, to see the genius of our people just taken right in front of our faces, and also to see so many people who, Africans who are ignorant of what happens, and white people who are oblivious, who really don't give a damn, because that's just the way things are. You know what I'm saying? So from the start, we have been threatened with frustration when, this is Nkrumah. From the start, we have been threatened with frustration where rapid change is imperative, and with instability, where sustained effort and ordered rule are indispensable. No sporadic act, nor pious resolution can resolve our present problems. No sporadic act or pious resolution can resolve our present problems. Nothing will be of avail except the united act of a united Africa. We have already reached the stage where we must unite or sink into that condition which has made Latin America the unwilling and distressed prey of imperialism after 1.5 centuries of political independence. As a continent, we have emerged into independence in a different age, where imperialism grown stronger, more ruthless and experienced, and more dangerous in its international associations. Our economic advancement demands the end of colonialist and neo-colonialist domination in Africa. But just as we understand that the shaping of our national destiny is required of each of us our political independence, and bent all of our strength to this attainment, so we must recognize that our economic independence resides in our African Union and requires the same concentration upon the political achievement. The unity of our continent, no less than our separate independence, will be delayed if indeed we do not lose it by hobnobbing with colonialism. African unity is above all a political kingdom which can only be gained by political means. The social and economic development of Africa will come only within the political kingdom and not the other way around. And the political kingdom is achieved. And even though Nkrumah was not clear on this point, this is part of what we've helped to people to understand. Because Nkrumah, when he said this, did not understand the class question. He didn't understand the class question until he was overthrown. This is when he writes the book, Class what? Struggle in Africa. And he didn't understand. He did not understand the relationship of neo-colonialism, that the petty bourgeoisie was the vehicle through which neo-colonialism made itself material in the real world. This is the contribution of the African People's Socialist Party. And therefore, Nkrumah was overthrown, and the whole party, his party, deserted. I mean, he was on his way to Vietnam. Well, no, he was on his way to, was it Peking, Vietnam, to participate in some kind of meeting trying to win peace against the war that the Americans were making against the people in Vietnam. He stopped in Beijing, and that's when he learned that he had been overthrown by a coup engineered by the United States government, more specifically the Democratic president. I want to be clear on that, that this white man was carried the label of the Democratic Party. Lyndon Baines Johnson participated in overthrowing Nkrumah. It's because of this that Nkrumah was doing at the moment. So I think Nkrumah understood this quite clearly, that the struggle he understood neo-colonialism, but he wasn't quite clear. He thought that independence of Africa and unity of Africa could come about through winning the different heads of state to unite, which is totally impossible. Because these states, these guys who are heads of states, these borders that the imperialists created are what do you call it, incubators for the reproduction of themselves as a class. They reproduce in these false borders that have created by the colonial powers. Because everybody can be the president or want to be the president, and everybody could want to have their own, be the generals and all these other kinds of things. And they fix themselves in this situation, and they're not about to easily give it up. You can't meet with these guys and say, look, let's unite for Africa. In fact, what the imperialists did was play on this recognition that they have created these forces, and they would then say that Nkrumah just want to be the president of all of Africa, which means you're going to be out of a job to the rest of them. So Nkrumah's admonitions at the OAU founding were generally unheeded at the time. The neo-colonialism that Nkrumah defined and fought so hard to defy was actually consolidated on a continental basis at that OAU founding meeting that was hijacked by the wishes and machinations of parasitic imperialist predators. It was the meeting that codified the unity and progress prohibiting colonial borders our party, like Nkrumah before us, is determined to eradicate. What happened at the OAU, Nkrumah had already begun a meeting, in 1958, had pulled together, and Ghana became independent in 1957. So right after this, Nkrumah begins to pull together the existing heads of state and the Liberation Organization in Ghana, 1958, with the objective of pursuing the total unification and liberation of Africa. That was Nkrumah. Sobukwe from South Africa was at that meeting. Lumumba, wasn't Lumumba at that meeting? Lumumba was at that meeting. And so this was what Nkrumah was doing. And so to undermine that, the imperialists threw people like Senghor in Senegal, and even people who you've come to love, what's his name out of Tanzania? Nyerere out of Tanzania, pulled these forces together and they ended up fighting against Nkrumah, who said, we have to have a whole united Africa. We can't wait for this. Senghor said, hell no. Nyeri came up with the idea, well, let's unite with the regions first before we can do anything. And by the way, before Nyeri died, he came to a meeting, a mass meeting in Ghana and said Nkrumah was right. Of course Nkrumah was right. But they used these forces to block what Nkrumah was going, and they used the Organization of African Unity. Founding of that meeting is where they codified by law that the borders that were created by the colonial borders were sacred. They could not be violated, it could not be overturned. That's when that happened. That consolidated neo-colonialism over the entire continent of Africa, that meeting did. So it was, unlike Nkrumah, however, we have the African People's Socialist Party, the advanced detachment of the African working class, and the organizational vehicle through which this is being accomplished. Also, unlike Nkrumah at the time, we know that the true liberation and unification of Africa and Africans will not occur as the achievement of neo-colonial heads of state, but of our revolutionary party based in the African working class. The opportunist neo-colonialism that functions as an agent of imperialism, as white power and blackface, must be removed with finality if the misery of our people is to be ended in Africa and our people are to ever be free and prosperous. I was in an ASI mission in Paris, France, meeting with a lot of Africans from who lived in Francophone Africa, as it was characterized. I'll never forget this African woman who stood up in the meeting, and she said, the neo-colonialism must be destroyed, and they must be destroyed physically. I mean, that's how serious she understood this question of the neo-colonial puppets who serve white power and responsible for the misery of our people. So we say, Africa for Africans at home and abroad. The deployment of U.S. troops on African soil, enhanced with the establishment of the U.S. Command or U.S. Africa Command or AFRICOM, is resulting in armed clashes that will serve to draw the U.S. deep into an inescapable quagmire. The U.S. and France are both actively engaged in military engagements spanning the continent. While these are generally secret wars, unknown to much of the world outside Africa, occasionally the escalating conflicts break through the self-imposed censorship of bourgeois democratic colonial media. France has long been a detested, blood-drenched colonial power in Africa and owes its affluence and influence, though declining, to the hundreds-year-old colonial looting expedition and the continuing French military occupation of huge swaths of African territory. The growing resistance to French occupation in Africa recently made the news when in November 2019, Reuters reported that French President Emmanuel Macron publicly responded to the combat deaths of more than 13 French occupation troops in Mali by making an empty threat to pull French troops out of the African Sahel. Implying that France had taken up the white man's burden in Africa, Macron demanded assistance from Europe to crush the growing resistance to continued French slavery, declaring, quote, French is acting in the Sahel on everyone's behalf, talking about all the white powers. Of course, parasite that it is, France cannot afford to leave Africa. To do so would cut off its lifeline. There are 14 so-called independent countries in Africa that continue to pay a colonial tax to France of 65% of their foreign reserves, something they have done since formal independence began in the 1960s. When handling charges at commercial rates are paid to France, the total taken from these territories is at least 85% of their gross domestic product. France cannot leave Africa except at the expense of its pretext of self-generated wealth and civilization. Every sidewalk cafe in France has African poverty and immiseration on the menu, not something easily given up by the French rulers or citizens. In October 2017, 4 U.S. Special Operations troops were killed in Niger during a military encounter that has never been truthfully explained by the U.S. officials to the public. And as recently as early January, just a little while ago, 2020, 3 U.S. forces were killed and several U.S. aircrafts and vehicles destroyed by African militants in Kenya. How many people heard about that? You understand? We have written more in the past about the armed U.S. thugs marauding throughout Africa, murdering our people at will. These are the thugs which, when they are deployed in the U.S., are called police and serve the same purpose of colonial containment and domination. The point is, however, more and more of the imperialist forces are being drawn into Africa, where with the growth of the African Socialist International, the working class party, we will be able to coordinate a continental and global campaign from which they will not be able to leave with colonialism and or their lives intact. The neo-colonial hobnobbing with the imperialist overlords deployed by Nkrumah will not be able to save imperialism and its minions from the organized African internationalist, ideologically armed African working class in pursuit of the future of our continent and our people in Africa and around the world. The 2, 3, many Vietnams that Che Guevara called for as the means to defeat U.S. imperialism by forcing it to fight everywhere are to be found in Africa, where all the blood-sucking imperialist powers are greedily huddled together in anticipation of further looting. The capitalist state, as distinguished from prior European states, was spawned by European imperialism or empire. It was spawned by the process of capturing the lands and peoples that constituted the father of European development. This brought about the advent of capitalism as a parasite, life-extracting growth on the body of Africa and the rest of humanity. The capitalist state is international in scope, and it represents itself in Africa in a slew of ways. That includes NATO, the UN, and assorted peacekeeping and relief missions. However, the primary, most important expression of the white power capitalist state in Africa is the African governments. Their main role is to protect the parasitic relationship that starves and brutalizes Africa and facilitates the perennial transfer of African human and material resources to the coffers and bellies of condescending colonizers. This is neo-colonialism or indirect rule that has been imposed on Africa at gunpoint. The African, mostly puppet regimes do not represent the interests of African people, but those of the capitalist governments, corporations, and the African primitive petty bourgeoisie. Neither the borders nor the governments of Africa are legitimate, as they owe their existence and loyalty to imperialist white power and not to Africa and our people. The African Socialist International is the organization of the African working class, which, when it seizes power, will become the new socialist state, the workers in arms that will mark the beginning stage of the demise of capitalism on a world scale. We must make this point loudly and clearly. Africa for Africans at home and abroad. The 100-year-old pronouncement by Marcus Garvey has more significance now than ever. We will make that slogan a living demand by Africans worldwide through the work and presence of the African People's Socialist Party in every nook, cranny, and crevice of every territory in which we reside within the imperialist construct. This determination, especially when adopted by the masses, neutralizes the pretensions of the official borders. We have no borders, and our country is currently under construction by the African masses under the leadership of the Advanced Detachment. Building for the first International Congress in Azania in 2023, the party is still working to build the African Socialist International nearly 40 years after the 1981 First Party Congress held in Oakland, California, where the resolution was passed by party members that officially put us on this trajectory. After so many years of ups and downs, the African Socialist International is now solidly on the ground. Our organizational presence as a party has shifted from time to time, but we are here. Our ASI leading body is becoming increasingly competent. The work our party is doing throughout the U.S. is real. We do exist and engage in political work in the Bahamas and Ghana, England, and various locations in Europe. The party's presence in neo-colonial South Africa is a major contributing factor to the growth and stability of the leadership structure of the African Socialist International. This leading structure also consists of representation from Holland, France, England, Ghana, West Africa, the Bahamas, and the U.S. This is the structure that is carrying out the responsibility for building fronts or sections of the African People's Socialist Party as the African Socialist International throughout the world. In addition to its work to build the party's organized presence throughout the world, and especially the continent of Africa, the ASI leading body will begin preparing for our first International Congress in South Africa in 2023. This will be an historic, monumental event that will take the African Revolution to never achieved heights. It will be critical to our practical work to build one border-negating Africa and consolidation of the African nation. We will do this because only the African People's Socialist Party can do this. We will do this because we can. International Tribunal for Reparations to African People. Years ago, we initiated the process to launch an international reparations tribunal, initially in Berlin, Germany, a location chosen because of its role in the 1884-85 European division of Africa into the existing non-tenable territories called countries. In October 2005, we joined with African representatives of 13 other countries in Berlin to begin organizing to build the International Tribunal for Reparations to African People, ITRAP, to be held in Berlin in June of 2007. Representatives at that meeting came from the United Kingdom, the United States, Germany, Holland, France, Ghana, Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo, the British Virgin Islands, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Uganda, Ethiopia, and Israel. The party was not strong enough at that time to build the tribunal alone, and the ASI had not developed its international leading body. Today, the African Socialist International leadership structure has increased its ability to make the international tribunal feasible and worth considering before or as a consequence of our 2023 International Congress. Based on the party's proposal for building the tribunal at the time, the conditions are as ripe today as then for convening the tribunal, if not more so. And so we talked about what the situation was at that time. We talked about, we said even at the height of this crisis caused by the people's resistance. This was what we wrote in 2007. 2005, I think it was. The participation of African people in this struggle as a conscious united force is non-existent. Non-existent. I mean, it's really remarkable that Che Guevara had gone to Africa with the intent of attempting to organize a continental-wide guerrilla war against imperialism. Che decided to do this. You understand? Che Guevara decided to do this. But it has not been something that Africans have decided to do. Garvey worked to unite and organize us. That was an incredible movement by Garvey. What we are involved in doing is carrying out the mission that Che thought he could carry out, wanted to carry out. I should mention to you that Gamal Nasser warned Che, when Che came to Egypt, that we don't need no Tarzan. You cannot come to Africa being Tarzan to free, black people, etc. And Che did make some errors in Africa. And of course, an error was the whole concept of the, what did he call it? The Foucault theory, where you can just drop a handful of guerrillas into a particular place and kick off something, and the masses sort of join in that process and you make revolution. Well, that ain't how it works. And that's why we are building block by block in every community in the African world, on the continent of Africa and places where they don't have blocks, and every place else. So I want to see how much of this the African Socialist International on 68, the International African People's Socialist Party, that's the second full paragraph, is the only organization capable of building the World Tribunal on Reparations for African people. We are the only force with the organized presence throughout the African world and the advanced guiding theory to do this. We are the only organization that is compelled by the historically based quest for total liberation and unification of Africa and African people to do the tribunal. The initial 2005 proposal for the tribunal offered a basis for it that only our party can fully appreciate in its contribution for forging a revolutionary path. The proposal lays out objectives that resonate today, although some assumptions of what the tribunal we had created then can obviously be carried out by our party in the revolutionary process of claiming our Africa and our future. And this is part of what we proposed when we met with these Africans from these 13 different countries to build the tribunal, World Tribunal. Think about this. Africans coming from all over the world, right, to engage in this meeting. This was in 2005 that this was written, to build an international reparations movement, not some nonsense like American descendants of slaves, some silliness like that, you know, which is a creation of our imperialist enemies. There's no doubt in my mind where that came from. So we said that the objective of the International Tribunal are manifold. First of all, the tribunal must be a tool for uniting African people in our liberation struggle worldwide. It must mobilize us all as conscious participants in a coherent trajectory of historic significance. Another objective would be to unite all the gallant, and if you, from some upper places, gallant, reparations organizations and movements worldwide in a common effort that will enhance the significance of all our work and build the necessary practical global relations and networks necessary for our success. A third objective of the tribunal is to give Africans worldwide the practical vehicle with which to actualize the unity discovered in Durban around the reparations issue. Durban, South Africa. This meeting happened where the UN-sponsored entity with thousands of African people there agreed that reparations were due to African people. That was in 2000, what? Was that August 2001? And ended 2 or 3 days. It was an incredible meeting where the world, where the UN, with thousands of African people having forged this process, agreed that African people were due reparations. And then people, of course, the United Nations, the United States boycotted it. They wouldn't let Colin Powell, that's who was, I think, the guy at the time, even show up. And so the United States, Israel boycotted it, right? Because they also condemned Israel for what it is. And so, and then 2 or 3 days after that, the world, this whole thing at the World Trade Center happened that took it off the radar. What had happened in Durban and stalled whatever kind of momentum would have been built off of that in the African world demanding reparations. So we're saying that a third objective of the tribunal is to give Africans worldwide the practical vehicle with which to actualize the unity discovered in Durban around the reparations issue. Fourth, the reparations tribunal will allow the international African community to achieve a common explanation for the conditions of existence we are confronted with everywhere we are located as a people. We catch the same hell that we are catching in Sierra Leone is the hell we're catching in Nassau, or the hell that we're catching in Houston, Texas. It's the same origin to come together with this kind of discussion, bringing Africans, not just discussions, but bringing documentation, research, and science to it. That was going to be a critical thing. Fourth, the Reparations Tribunal will allow the international African community. I just meant that. Fifth, the work to build the Reparations Tribunal can contribute to the necessary organizational unity to build our liberation struggle based on practical activity as opposed to simply being united around abstract ideas. A sixth objective will be to institute the tribunal as a permanent fixture for the ongoing discovery and exposition of the historical and current basis and consequences of the enslavement and colonization of Africa and African people. This can be seen as the embryonic stage of the emergent all-African state power necessary for the ultimate liberation and unification of Africa and African people, and the defender of our rights, resources, and existence. A seventh objective will be to end the isolation of the various African communities throughout the world and the struggles to advance the interests of the people wherever they exist. Eighth, the tribunal will enable us to begin an actual quantification of the value of the human and material resources stolen from Africa and other places Africans were colonized, as well as the value of our expropriated labor within the highly industrialized imperialist centers, in addition to physical, psychological, and cultural damage. This is important. We did a tribunal on reparations for African people in 1982 in Brooklyn, New York. It's the first time in history that there has been a quantification of the amount of value stolen from black people in the form of labor alone. That had never happened before. And we brought expert witnesses, scientists, we brought economists, we brought historians, and ordinary people working in the communities that quantified and explained and described why reparations were due to African people. And we took the reparations issue out of the hands of just a couple of people running around with briefcases who were trying to get some legislation to do something or some court to do something and turn it into a mass issue. That we understood to be the only way the reparations demand would ever become realized. It has to become an issue of the masses of African people. Although we have a disagreement, we want everybody to be involved in the reparations demand. We want Uncle Toms to do it. We want all kinds of people to say reparations, reparations, reparations. Because the thing is, knock on that door. When you knock on that door, I don't care what a judge says. I don't care what a legislation says, whatever it's the United Nations, whether it is the U.S. Congress or the British Parliament. Knock on that door. When the masses of African people come to an understanding that we are due reparations, don't worry about it. We'll get it. And it's not going to come because of any legal edict or any declaration from any parliament or anything like that. It's going to come sometimes at the end of a 9mm in the alley. But the point is that the resources, we will take what belongs to us, and that's going to be fundamentally how reparations will be realized. In the same way, when the Russians made the demand as a part of their struggle for a land to the peasants, as the Russian Revolution heated up, nobody came necessarily to give the land to the peasant. The peasant began to take the land because it was a viable kind of demand, and Africans are starving all over the world while watching our wealth ship out on lorries and on trains and stuff all over Africa and shipped out of our communities in the United States, leaving North St. Louis, crossing, what is that called? The Delmar Divide, and going into white communities there. We will take it back. That's what reparations mean. It's a revolutionary demand. So despite the fact that some people will try to use reparations demand, and do try to use the reparations demand, to get a payoff, to get a new poverty program, to get a new welfare program, we understand that reparations is a revolutionary demand, and we will collect it at the trials. Yeah. So, so we say a ninth objective will be to mobilize masses of African people around the reparations issue, bring the African workers and poor into political life through active participation in the struggle to take back for our own use the capacity to produce and reproduce life for ourselves. And finally, an objective will be to put the entire white world on the defensive around the reparations issue, robbing any particular imperialist state of the ability to easily find refuge under the moral or legal umbrella of another, or when faced with the reparations demand by local movements. Because the thing is that you can, if you are someplace in England or France, you know, the Italians, for example, recently the Italian head of state accused France of being responsible for the immigrant issue because the Italians didn't want no more black people coming there. And so they said, France caused this problem by all the stuff that is stolen from Africa. But France, I mean, Italy ain't innocent. You understand what I'm saying? We remember Italy bombed, used poison gas attacking Ethiopia. We remember what Italy has done. So the reparations demand robs any of them with the ability to run for cover by using another for that cover. You all owe us. So this is a campaign that can contribute to spreading the theory of African internationalism and the African People's Socialist Party worldwide. Within the ASI leadership structure, we must give serious consideration to taking this project on. Indeed, it may very well be that the 2023 Party Congress in South Africa is the perfect vehicle for initiating the tribunal under the leadership of our party. This could represent the advancement and fulfillment of the Durban Conference in 2001, because there were things that came out of Durban that's never been fulfilled. This can give us the opportunity to do that. All our work everywhere is designed to fulfill our mission as the advanced detachment. What this means, as spelled out in the 7th Congress and in this, its first plenary, is that we must put the party down on the ground throughout the world, utilizing our regional strategy for building local party organizations and units to snatch up all the political organization and ideological space wherever Africans are positioned on earth. While we have to work out the logistics, resources, and structure for this, I am putting APSP Occupy Tanzania President Tafari Mugeri in place to organize the party in various locations on the African continent. He will function as director of organization, possibly for all of Africa, something to be determined by the ASI leading body. However, right now, Comrade Tafari is being proposed to travel to Ghana to assist in building the party's presence there. I know this comrade has his work cut out for him in South Africa. However, his clearly demonstrated dedication to our party over everything else and his firm unity with African internationalism as the guiding advanced revolutionary theory of these times, along with the practical work he leads in South Africa that gives truth to his commitment, makes Tafari the logical cadre to take this task on at this critical moment in our history. The African Socialist International is beginning to take real organizational form. Secretary General Louise Kinshasa has done an outstanding job in winning followers of the Uhuru movement throughout Europe and Africa at different times. The ideological work he has done through participation in various political actions, especially revolving around Congo, his place of birth, but also through his writings and regular live streaming of our ideas and actions in French and Lingala contribute to greater development and support for African internationalism. Comrade Louise has been a mainstay in the work to build the ASI in Europe and Africa. Now we have a more inclusive ASI leading body, and Tafari as the director of organization helps concretize our organizational presence. The future is ours as the advanced detachment. Key to this, of course, is the success the Secretary General can achieve in building a support staff in his office. And we have to do what's necessary to make that happen. And you know, we've faced this weakness in certain other areas of the party, and that has to be fundamental to our development, creating an actual capacity for these offices so that they can carry out the work. So we are the ASI wherever we are. What is fundamentally important is the recognition by all party organizations and members that we are the African Socialist International wherever we are in the world. We must not fall victim to a tendency seen in some areas to recognize ourselves locally as the African People's Socialist Party, while others in other countries are the ASI. We are one party fighting to liberate and unite one Africa in the struggle to change the world, to emancipate the working masses of the world, destroy capitalism, and usher in a new world of communism free of national oppression and class exploitation. That is socialism. That's what socialism does, by the way, notwithstanding Bernie Sanders' assumption that socialism is giving you $15 an hour over a number of years. The reality is that it is the socialists, the working class, will determine whether Bernie gets a salary at all, because socialism is the workers having come to power and becoming the owners of the means of production. Again, this means we do not recognize the legitimacy of any borders that separate the African nation from each other, and from our material resources necessary to build a better life for our people. When we say we are Africans, we mean we are Africans, not black Brits, Afro-Germans, African Americans, new Africans, African descendants of, American descendants of slaves, or the host of other contrivances that result in undermining our national consolidation and the end of our class exploitation. We recognize the critical need for advanced theory in our Revolutionary Party for making revolution that we understand is necessary for liberating our people and creating a just world without classes resting on the parasitic foundation of colonial capitalist domination of the world. We reject Pan-Africanism as a petty bourgeois chimera that whatever its original intent serves to perpetuate the status quo that was formalized in the Pan-Africanist Organization of African Unity that codified the imperialist division of Africa and African people. And we can say more than that about Pan-Africanism, because we can show how as a political force, Pan-Africanism emerged in 1919 in France with the collaboration of the French government as a fight against Marcus Garvey's struggle to unite all Africa. The socialism that we fight for, that we are named for, is the only real socialism that comes as a consequence of destroying the colonially derived capitalist pedestal. The socialism we fight for and are named for is a socialism that comes as a result of the defeat of parasitic capitalism, not to be confused with the white rights movement usually fought by white left citizen colonizers. While not generally recognized as such, the United States is also a settler colony, no different from the settler colonies of South Africa, Rhodesia, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc., and certainly no different from the white nationalist settler colony of Israel established on Arab-Palestinian land. We refuse to build or participate in a movement based on legitimizing the settler regimes by fighting to integrate with the settlers. I mean, you'll solve the problem of settler colonialism by integrating with the settlers. Indeed, we have appropriated as our own a slogan of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, one settler, one settler, one bullet, settler, settler, bullet, bullet. In the U.S., a fight to integrate with the settlers would amount to betrayal of the indigenous people of the Americas and a denial of the fact that while we are Africans and Africa is our national homeland, we are also a part of the revolution of the Americas. Do you hear that? In the U.S., a fight to integrate with the settlers would amount to betrayal of the indigenous peoples of the America and a denial of the fact that while we are Africans and Africa is our national homeland, we are also a part of the revolution of the Americas. Struggling for integration would obscure the reality that Africa suffers today because of the theft of human resources no longer identified as Africans. Our revolution is also within the U.S., not directly as a fight for our national homeland, but because we are deeply allied with the people of the Americas whose current immiseration is due in part to the theft of their land as a part of the process of constructing colonial capitalism. Indeed, the plight of the indigenous people is one of the reasons that capitalism is more correctly defined as colonial capitalism, denoting its parasitic origin and nature. The African Revolution has as its primary objective the liberation and unification of Africa and Africans of the world. This means that the African Revolution is wherever we are as Africans. There is no place that our struggle is not objectively a part of the African Revolution. There is nowhere African internationalists are that we are not subjectively and organizationally a part of the African Revolution. Our enemies have sought to obscure our relationship to Africa and our identity as Africans, but while we fight for the liberation of our homeland, Africa is also wherever we are as Africans, and our victory anywhere is a victory for Africa. Our far-flung organized liberation struggle occurring under the leadership of our party and informed by African internationalist theory will destroy the imperialist parasite. We will deprive the parasite of its colonized host in Africa and throughout the world. Ease, relate to Africa. So that is where I wanted to go with that. And then I'm going to rush to the end of this project by going to page 90. And this page 90 deals with the mandates and the way forward. And I mentioned that the mandates are short in some areas, and that also the mandates do not restrict, your ability for creativity, your own ingenuity in terms of moving them forward. Because, as I mentioned earlier, by example, the work that Comrade Onazene Ishitela has done in terms of the mandates for her department, she also looks at the political report. And the political report informs her of other things that can be done related to the mandate, and perhaps some things that the mandate did not cover, mandates did not cover. So we are asking people to be creative. And you have to be creative to carry out the mandates, and there are some things, as I mentioned, not mentioned. But I'm going to quickly go through this. Vanguard up, and I'm on page 90. Vanguard up means that members of our party deepen our direct involvement in the party's economic work. Up to now, this has mostly meant that party members support the various economic institutions of our party and movement. However, it must mean more than this. Vanguard up must mean party members make timely dues payment to contribute to our organization. When we pay our dues as called for, it indicates our unity with the party. Additionally, party members must make financial contributions to our party. We are a party of the African working class, but even poor Africans believe deeply enough to support churches and preachers who they make rich. Surely African internationalists, materialists, have as much belief in the future we are constructing with our own hands and efforts as impoverished, hoodwinked, philosophical idealists, we are supposed to lead out of the material hell they have to endure daily. Coming out of this plenary, I'm also calling on party members to allow the masses of our people to participate in the economic development of our nation, as laid out under the section on the office of Deputy Chair Onazene Ishitela. We are involved in several projects, more than 50 by some accounts, that promote African economic development. We have mentioned some of them. They range from planned micro-loan program, furniture stores, radio stations, Black Power Blueprint, anti-gentrification, community resurrection and development, the Burning Spear newspaper, Uhuru Foods and Pies, to name only a few. We must allow the people to participate in supporting these efforts of economic self-determination. In the process, we provide greater security for our anti-colonial economic development projects by allowing the people to become stakeholders, so to speak. The people must be won to see these economic projects as their own. We must begin to include the presence and significance of these projects in our speeches and propaganda, all of us. But most importantly, we must ask the people to donate to the economic development programs. In the distribution of our newspaper, we must ask every individual we engage to make a contribution to our economic development programs. This should happen in all of our encounters, and it should be done by every member of our party and movement. This makes the people take us even more seriously, and the people want to participate in our economic endeavors. We can name African hustlers who have achieved notoriety by fraudulently taking money from Africans who want to give to our self-reliance. You can name them. We made millions of dollars from African people and have nothing to show for it. We have seen this actively and tisk it without acknowledging that these crooks are taking advantage of Africans who want, more than anything, to see Africans become self-reliant and are willing to contribute to that end. We must allow the people to participate. Moving forward from this 7th Congress, first plenary, we have much work to do with great urgency. Top priority mandates for all our departments and organizations are listed here. First and foremost, every organization or department listed in this 2020 plenary report must, in addition to studying the whole document, pay particular attention to your area of work, both for the political and organizational leadership provided here. The the highest priority task for party regions in all areas of work, including the Africa and Europe party members, APSC and USM, is to implement the regional strategy in 2020. This includes study and constant use of the party's organizational manual and its protocols for building the party units from the ground up. The answers to most organizational questions are found in the party manual. Create your POA, your plan of action, for building your region with step-by-step timelines to accomplish this task. Build your regional committee. Fill every job description. Open, staff, and operate your regional hub. If you are using an Uhuru House, it must be opened and staffed. Weekly Sunday rallies are mandated. Name other cities where offices can be opened by the party, NPDUM, USM, and other mass organizations. There should be local party and movement organizations happening throughout the world, in communities where the African working class reside, right where they are, because we are the only ones who are going to be there. The jive time black politicians and what have you, they would come and get somebody else to go, but generally speaking, they are not going to be where we have to be. They're not going to be in the townships. They're not going to be in the place in even North St. Louis, where recently a politician got in touch, an office holder got in touch with a supporter, Jesse Todd, of our movement, and told him to stay out of his ward, meaning because Jesse was working with us. And because Jesse went with us when we went to the city government to force the city to give us the permits that we needed around parking and stuff like, stay out of his ward. This is what the guy told. Jesse said, I am a member of the Uhuru movement. He said that the Uhuru movement it's a movement. This is not your ward. And he said, I will be there as often as I have to be there and need to be there. You know, so, and there are other stories that we can tell you about this, but we have done this. And so, so we have to be in every office. And the person who I'm talking about saying this, he's not doing this work here. We've seen him go to work. You know when we saw him go to work? When we stopped building. When we build a garden and they put up a fence around an empty space saying garden coming soon, right? That soon coming has been 2 or 3 years old. You understand? We start constructing places for businesses and opening up the capacity for people to have housing. He comes up with a program for a house for $1. Get a house for $1. But to get the house, you got to have the money to fix it up. So you get a house for $1 and you ain't got the $50,000 to fix it up. And more than that. And what it means, of course, is the dollar a house scam that he's putting opens up the community for developers who come in and get the houses for $1 because they got the money to be able to do that kind of stuff. So this is, we are building this thing, you know, and this is we have to have offices, all of these places, everywhere. The people need to be able to walk off the street right into our office and into our movement. So sponsor events featuring Chairman Amali Shatella annually at minimum. This is key to recruitment. Develop your Black Power businesses. We mean Black Power businesses, buy Black Power businesses. Develop your buy Black Power businesses as fundraisers for your regional work. People like to talk about buy black. Yeah, we say buy Black Power. And we make a distinction because just buying black doesn't necessarily help our community, it just helps you. But it means buy Black Power means that you have to have an association with an anti-colonial economic venture that we are involved in. When you come into this, it's an anti-colonial act. It might be your business, you might not even be a part of the Uhuru movement as such. But we have a Buy Black Power campaign. And more businesses, we found even at the first unveiling of this, that wasn't intended to be a Buy Black Power project, people step forward because they want to be a part of that. Then people who are not even in our movement, in our party, etc. And we want to be able to have signs up in every window in every African community that say, buy Black Power, so that the people know that I can support this because this is supporting us, because it's a part of an anti-colonial project. It's an anti-gentrification project. Because we've got dummies in our community who call themselves business persons, and they make thousands of dollars contributions to the NAACP at least every year. And the NAACP does not have an economic development program. It hasn't ever even created a barbecue stand, because it assumes that your freedom and well-being is attached to your integrating with white power, right? But we say that those resources should be coming to us who are building an actual economic front for African people, an anti-colonial economic front. And these Negroes, every time you hear them complain about the Arabs just come into our community and taking everything, or somebody else is doing this or that. And of course the Arabs are doing it and everybody else does it because you are not part of a project to protect the interests of the African community. Every one of those Negroes have a material interest in capturing the market of black people. But they have to have political clarity to know that this is what you need to be doing, because if you don't do it, the market is open for anybody who wants to take it. That's why Africa is being raped even today as we have this discussion. So, monthly meetings, is that where I am? Okay, I've got to find monthly meetings now. What page? I'm on 92? Okay, yeah. Hold a monthly meeting of party and APSC regional representatives in each region, and a quarterly meeting of all party and APSC regional representatives. This is where we don't have any mix-ups about what's going on, that there's a strategic relationship to the work that the Solidarity Forces are doing that's connected to the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Build functioning local units and a local party organization. Spear sales, weekly unit meetings and fundraisings in the units. Recruit to the party on the regional level, including National Office of Recruitment and Membership. Bring new recruits into the party locally and regionally. Hold a regional recruitment tour to build in your target cities. Create a database of all regional members and contacts that are called regularly. Build and carry out the N2U program in your region. Hold the massive process to win new recruits and raise resources. Our newly appointed Director of Organization, and for the benefit of this meeting, I should tell you that I have appointed Comrade Chimarenga Salambayo as the Organizational Director of the party. Yeah. He has the history and the proven loyalty over the years. And also he has the patience to do what has to be done. He has been the go-to person for almost every contradiction we've ever had. Chimarenga Salambayo has been the person that we've been able to go to deal with those contradictions. So now we're talking about Chimarenga assuming the responsibility of Director of Organization. There are other people who are going to be working with Chimarenga because he can't do it by himself. And really forces who are clearly demonstrating the unity with this project. So now we say that our newly appointed Director of Organization will hold this work accountable through regular reports and oversight to make sure these goals are accomplished, and that party fractions, especially in the Black is Back Coalition, are built and function according to the protocols of the organizational manual. You know what the party fraction is? It's the way that the party is always the party, no matter what the hell else we may be doing. In whatever mass organization, mass work, we are always the party. For the Africa Party forces, and with support of the whole party and movement, implement the regional strategy. Build the 2023 Party Congress. Build the International Tribunal on Reparations to African People to be possibly launched at the 2023 Congress. Build economic institutions under the leadership of the Office of the Deputy Chair. Comrade Tafari Mugeri will be appointed the Director of Organization on the African continent and will assist in building the Uhuru movement in Ghana. APDEP will build the Black Ankh and aid APDEP itself. The Black Ankh, which is crucial. Everybody saw what happened with Irma, is that what it was called? The Katrina, the earthquake in Haiti, the mudslides that destroyed so many lives in Sierra Leone. And the Red Cross gets billions of dollars supposedly to help with this stuff and do nothing to help Africa and African people. I was in Berlin, Germany in what year, comrade? 2005 or 2007. And this was shortly after Katrina. And Africans from the various places that I mentioned earlier on in this presentation were talking about building the World Tribunal. And one of the striking things for me was that an African living in France, born, was it Martinique? Born in Martinique, made the suggestion in one of the meetings, looking at what was happening to Africans in New Orleans, having never been to New Orleans, but saw us hanging from rooftops and stuff like that and surrounded by military forces in New Orleans, you know, made the point that we have to create a Black Ankh. They got the Red Cross. We must create the Black Ankh and be able to respond to African under any circumstances, any place in the world. APDEP has taken that on. And so that's one of the things that is being mandated by APDEP. NPDA must emphasize the work to build the African Charged Genocide Campaign. And the other thing that APDEP is doing that's really important is an international youth camp, so that African young people from various places around the world can participate in these camps where they can learn life skills, including African internationalism, from very young ages. And that's going to be really important. They can do it in a fashion that young people enjoy doing things. In fact, this is not going to be absolutely new to APDEP, who has been involved in youth camp work inside this country for a while right now. NPDA must emphasize the work to build the African Charged Genocide Campaign. NPDA must create a certificate to be signed by African people on tables and elsewhere demanding reparations and calling for the reparations to go to NPDA. When we say to go to NPDA, that is to say that given NPDA the authority, every signature gives NPDA the authority to be its representative in the claim for reparations. APSC and USM will carry out the campaign directed to the moneyed sector, demanding reparations to the Black Power blueprint and institutions of the party. And this is going to be important because one thing that's becoming clearer is the insecurity of the bourgeoisie right now. And you can see that in 1,000 different ways. You can see it in the political journals that they put out, like Foreign Affairs. They asked them the question about the future of capitalism. I saw one leading article in the one that I just purchased, and it talks about how the struggle now is not between capitalism and some other social system, but the struggle is between capitalisms. And from their perspective, the struggle is between Chinese capitalism and American capitalism. And we say, up yours. You know, capitalism must die. And there is a movement for another social system that's happening right under your noses. And this plenary process we're involved now is representative of that system that has to be created and will be created. So, and the money sector, we see like the uneasiness in the money sector is seen in the fact that representatives of the money sectors are talking about reparations. This ain't the worker class up there on those damn platforms getting billions and millions of dollars talking about reparations. This is the moneyed interest. When you look at, what's her name? You know, the woman who's running for president who says she's for reparation. Warren, Elizabeth Warren. And then there's another one who came up with that Klobuchar, one of the other ones that was talking about, you know, some kind of reparations program. This is these are representatives of the bourgeoisie. It's a statement about their uneasiness of the whole situation and trying to get in front of this demand that can bring the whole damn thing down, because reparations to African people, there is nothing that they have that did not come as a consequence of slavery and colonialism. They can't pay it off, but we are the repo people, right? And so you see representatives of the bourgeoisie. And there are journals that I'm reading where they're talking about some sector of the bourgeoisie. The Wall Street Journal was chastising some sectors of the bourgeoisie by thinking they can get out of this problem that they have as capitalists with the people by giving money to Elizabeth Warren or somebody else. And we are right. The Wall Street Journal is right. You can't get out of it by giving money to Elizabeth Warren, but you might be able to help your case. You might be able to help your case at the time of the trials, because there are going to be trials, you understand, by making some contribution to Black Power Blueprint right now. So, but I'm saying that the bourgeoisie is uneasy. It's really shaken by what's happening in the world, and there's evidence of that. If you have an opportunity to read and listen to some of the stuff they're saying to themselves and about themselves, that uneasiness is reflected in these discussions. They have these discussions, by the way. It's in public view. But we don't see them because they write for each other, and even though they got this stuff in bookstores every place, I go to the bookstores looking, let's see what they said about themselves today and about us, right? But, you know, most of us are consumed with Jerry Springer, or if not Jerry Springer, with some, you know, jive time thing that they put forth that constitutes what's supposed to be news. Somebody found Elvis on the moon. You know, that's the kind of stuff you find in the checkout lines, you know, where you go. This is for the working class. But the workers are not supposed to read this other stuff. And ordinary people don't read it. But I do. You understand? And I see their uneasiness. I see they're scared to death. And so what we have to do is recognize their sense of uneasiness. And part of what we see is they're scared of black people. They're scared of revolution happening around the world. And we recognize that. And so we're going to take advantage of it. 1960s, when he approximated a revolutionary stance, this guy said, up against the wall, MF, this is a stick-up. And that's exactly how we're coming at them today. So all party members must pay dues according to protocols and timelines, build the economic support for the African working class worldwide for the party's institutions as laid out above. Recognize that wherever we are located as the party, we are the African Socialist International. And somehow, I did not report at all here about Department of Agitation and Propaganda, but which has a massive responsibility, because what we're doing is we are building now in the locals, in the communities, in the housing project there, in the prison wing, and the various other places. So that means that we have a responsibility to provide political education directly where the masses are. Most of our political education gives analysis of some sort. We need to now gather the ability to talk directly to the people, because that's where we are organized, to the people. And our propaganda needs to be able to reflect that discussion we're having to the person in the housing project, to the sister in the welfare line, to the person who's been disrespected because she can't get the damn food stamps, to the persons who have been victimized by the pigs and who need to be organized. We have to go beyond just responding to police violence by having our little demonstrations, but organizing the victims of this stuff so that we can, you know, handle it. So our agitation and propaganda has to be able to deal with that. Our agitation and propaganda has to be able to wage the struggle for national consciousness among the masses of our people. Africans need to be able to say, we are Africans. We must be able to say, we are Africans. And I think that we need big posters up everywhere saying, we are Africans, period. And we need another big poster that says, Kupetet Buleka. We do. We need them up everywhere. Don't translate it. Put it up there. You figure out what the hell it means. You understand? And you know, we need to begin to, you know, address the masses of people in these communities because that's where the power is located. Anybody in here weight lift? Yeah, you weight lift. Who is that back there? Raise it. Stand up, let me see you. I said, right on. I said, right on. And, you know, I do a little bit and used to do a lot more. And my forte has been leg workout, squatting. You put a lot of weight on your back and then you squat down with it and come back up with that. And you can put so much weight on your back that's like an elevator that you don't come back up, you just keep going down. And because of that, some people are afraid to go down low. Kobina, I heard him, he knows what I'm talking about. Diab knows what I'm talking about. Some people are afraid to go down low. But that's where the power is. You understand? You have to overcome that fear and get down there with it. That's where the power is, and you have to develop that capacity, and that's essentially what we're talking about. We're going low. We're going to the masses of the people. We're going to the housing projects. We're going to the prison wings. We're going everywhere masses of people are who are fundamental to making a revolution, the people who have nothing to lose. So comrades, we can do this. This is a step-by-step plan that if we begin to implement it, our whole party can and will be larger, more dynamic, and functioning in greater geographical territory. We have truly initiated the process for the liberation and unification of Africa. Excuse me. I make it this far. Isn't that something? It's like the guy who ran the first marathon. You heard about him? The guy, was he Greek? He was supposedly ran the first marathon. He made it to the end and then dropped dead, right? Comrades, we can do this. This is a step-by-step plan that if we begin to implement it, our whole party can and will be larger, more dynamic, and functioning in greater geographical territory. We have truly initiated the process for the liberation and unification of Africa and African people and the destruction of a social system that oppresses and sucks the blood of the toiling masses of the world. By next year, at this time, our party will be at a whole new place in our revolutionary process. Vanguard up means that we leave this plenary recognizing our responsibility to our Africa, our class, and to the workers of the world. Uhuru.
Uhuru, let's give another round of applause to our chairman, Omali Yeshitela. Chairman, we just want to appreciate you for that political report. And now I want to bring up Secretary General Luezi Kinshasa to facilitate the discussion for the political report. Uhuru.
Yes, sir. Yeah, please, can you give it up? Can you give one more round of applause to the chairman of Maricela for this present? Of course, this report, as you heard all along, to fix all the problems we may have experienced since the Congress we had in October. So it's the opportunity you have now, if anything is not clear for you, now to raise it. So we have about half an hour, 30 minutes. So anyone who's seeking any clarification, if you can come to.
Give us one moment. Not the mic?
Whoa. No compromise. No compromise. One Africa. One Africa. That's right. So, you know, we do all the time say, we want everybody to be clear, right? We don't want anybody to be confused. So this is your opportunity. If you have anything you're not sure about, ask. Then you'll get an explanation, a clarification, and any fear or doubts or if, any uncertainty you may have, then it can be solved. Because we want you to be equipped, armed to the teeth with the truth, which means armed to the teeth with what? African internationalism. That's what we mean. So we have less than 30 minutes now. So anybody who has any question, not sure about anything, you heard from the report the chairman has read, that you also read. You do. Say your name, where you're from, and then the mic is over there. Yeah.
I don't usually get in the middle of, everyone, but I would like to say, though, that I enjoyed today. My name is Christopher Deaver. I've been following this party since I say 16, but I've been following this party since I was about 14. I've been on the outside looking in. I've met a few of the comrades here. I consider you all family. A lot of you do not know who I am. You know me through social media. I can remember back when social media did not exist. I'm 28 years old. I can remember when it did not exist. And I understand I'm pressed for time, but I'm just very passionate about this. I've seen the ins and outs. I don't know if any of you have commented, probably don't know who I am, but my question is what can I do to bring, what can I bring into the party? What can I do as not a follower, but as an implementer, a creator, a person that believes in revolution, believes in liberation of Africa. I don't watch TV. I'm like a 90s baby. But my main question is I'm sorry. Where can I belong in this party? I'm interracial, but in this country, I'm considered a black male. I've been locked up before, and I'm considered a black male. I'm like a double-edged sword. I don't fit in anywhere. I work for a predominantly white establishment, and I have to go back there Monday. It took me 10 hours to get down here. I love this. There needs to be more of this. There needs to be more of this. In this country, across the United States, they say this country is united. It is not. It is not united. We are united. This is unity. This is unity. And I appreciate to be here.
Yeah, don't be sorry for your passion. I think I remember you as a child. I think your mother also somehow was talking to us when we were talking to you when you were about 13 or 14 years old, right? Yes. Yeah. I kind of remember that. Yeah, Chimarang is going to talk to you about what you can do. What you can do, yeah.
Uhuru Chairman, this is Yejide Ormila. Yes, really. First of all, I just want to really appreciate the political report and all that you do in providing leadership to the African working class. And, you know, when I came into the party, I was just like, aha, this makes sense. You know, it just pulls everything that you ever thought about in terms of what's happening to African people into one place. And not only does it make sense just for it to make sense, but it also empowers African people to actually change the world. And so I just really appreciate about that and everything that you do, but also that you encourage the leaders of this party to do as well, is to change the world and produce and make strategy and all of these things that are required to make the revolution. But I wanted to make, I work on a plantation, and my plantation is social justice in the nonprofit realm. And I was recently in a conversation in the office with this guy who is from Ecuador, but he's been in the finance field for all of his life. And me and this other sister who was from Cameroon was sitting here telling him that France requires all of its so-called former colonies to pay back resources. And he's sitting there like, no. I mean, we're just like, what are you talking about? Yes, of course. And so when you put it on page 64 of the report, of course, parasite that it is, France cannot afford to leave Africa. To do so would cut off its lifeline. There are 14 so-called independent countries in Africa that continue to pay a colonial tax to France of 65% of their foreign reserves, something they have done since formal independence. I just think this is so significant for the party to put out, but also for every single person to understand, and even for the bourgeoisie who work in finance, travel in and around colonized countries, and actually do business in these places to understand. And they may also understand it, but they don't recognize that the reason that there is underdevelopment or so-called oppression of African people is because, not so-called, but oppression and colonization and exploitation of African people, and that we live in poverty, is because of the continued, of all of this, of imperialism, of capitalism. And, you were reading the journals with the Wall Street Journal, and they talk to each other. Yes, I will. And I just thought that was really significant for you to put it here. And I really would like you to, if you can, just deepen it a little bit more for people to really, like, examples about that. Uhuru.
Let me just say that the relationship that France has with Africa simply crystallizes the relationship that imperialism has with us on every front, in every aspect of our lives. Everything. I mean, it is a parasite. And what France has done is crystallized it in terms of mandating that all of these resources come as a condition of part of what was supposed to be independence from France. And if you remember, it was Secretary in Guinea who refused to go along with de Gaulle's options in terms of somehow getting independence to remain part of the whole French economic thing. And what France did was to pull out and take everything, take sinks, light bulbs, everything else, and the only reason that Secretary's government was able to withstand that and the people in Guinea is Kwame Nkrumah. And Nkrumah then came in and supported Guinea to make it possible for them to live. But France is a blood-sucking foe. All of this pretensions about French culture and what have you, that rest upon a foundation, first of all, ancient, back in the day, what France stole from Egypt, that's supposed to be its culture. Napoleon took hundreds of scientists, architects, and other things into Egypt, on colonial Egypt, and then constructed what was supposed to be French civilization, modern French civilization off that. You go to the main drag in France today, in Paris. I'm butchering the thing, but I think it's called something like the Champs-Élysées. Champs-Élysées, and on the main drag, there's this obelisk that stands up, in the middle of the street with the golden pyramid on the top of it, and then some plaque saying that this was a gift to France by the neo-colonial, whatever, I forgot what they were characterizing at the time. Said Viceroy, the colonial Viceroy, gave this to France. That's like France going there, stealing something and giving it to itself. Look at Haiti. Look at what France did to Haiti. And of course, all white power. The first economic quarantine in the Western Hemisphere was done to black people in Haiti. After we won out, the Africans in Haiti won independence, liberation, and France then imposed the reparations demand on Africans there for the loss of their property, and the loss of their property was us. And the whole white world, including the United States of America, initiated an economic quarantine on Haiti to force Africans in Haiti to pay France for something that's turned out to be billions of dollars over a period of time. And so that is how all of the resources are got by this social system. And we are critical to that. And so what France has done with the so-called colonial pact is simply crystallize the relationship that Africans have with Europe and imperialism overall, all over. Look at, it's not as dramatic in some ways like in the Bahamas. That's a rotten, stinking operation they have in the Bahamas, where what's supposed to be freedom, independence, 1973, is simply putting black managers over the economic interests of white power, white people in that place, where even Africans going to school learn how to be servants for the, what do they call it, the tourist trade and things like that. All of it, we're nothing. We're nothing. And we won't be anything until we take our own power. And if somebody, who's working in some kind of financial stuff and they don't believe that France is stealing from it, they probably don't believe in capitalism. They don't believe capitalism exists. I don't know what you can win in that discussion. Comrade Ali.
I just want to tell you that it's an honor being here at my second plenary. And, I just love the way you breaks down, the reports and whatnot. But I want to ask a question. Could you expand a little more on the idea of Buy Black Power as an anti-gentrification project, being that I'm on that committee?
Yeah. What makes it an anti-gentrification, part of an anti-gentrification project, is that the Africans who unite with this concept and project of buying black power have a material interest, a material stake in the African market as one that black people would control. You understand? It arms them with the need to secure our communities, if only because they want to exploit it. If only because they don't want competitions from outsiders to exploit this market. So the Buy Black Power is the process that we create that gives them an incentive to participate in an I don't care what their intentions are. It functions practically, objectively, as an anti-colonial effort to push out or to keep out those interlopers who would come in to suck the resources out of our community, like France or any other place. So we have the Buy Black Power campaign. That's part of what it is. And the economic development campaigns that we have in St. Louis is an anti-gentrification project. We begin to repair and build on our own. It negates what they can do in our communities. But that's essentially what I was talking about, Comrade Ali. I hope that was helpful. Okay.
Hi, I'm Rain. I was just more interested in, I guess, how is the African liberated economy going to be structured differently from the, capitalistic economy where it's like employee, employer, like are there going to be like worker-owned businesses or co-ops, or like how is that going to be set up differently.
I think that kind of stuff is part of the overall process that we will see implemented in terms of, winning some kinds of things that people might refer to as economic justice, et cetera. But in the final analysis, what would have to happen is the working class becomes the ruling class. It becomes the collective owners, the socialized owners of the means of production itself, everything. And so, and I'm saying this, but it's easier said than done. And people must be clear that when we talk about what communism and socialism will bring, it happens in the real world. It doesn't happen in some pristine manner. When the Soviets made their revolution in 1917, they really tried to get rid of all the managers in the factories and stuff like that. They removed the ranks from the soldiers so that there wouldn't be no generals and running stuff and all of that stuff. They really tried to equalize the pay of everybody in there, but they couldn't. Because the Soviet project made the assumption that was based on the assumption that the historical basis for the rise of socialism had emerged. But the historical basis for the rise of socialism had been said to exist had been inferred that to exist in the destruction of the pedestal that all capitalist activity occurred, within which it occurred. That didn't happen. What happened in Russia was not the historical conditions for the basis for the rise of socialism, but the political conditions for socialists to take power. And that's different. Socialists were able to take power, but the historical basis for socialism didn't exist. And what do I mean? Socialists took power in the Soviet Union, in Russia. Russia was a semi-feudal state. And what happened was, in the short term, even though they were surrounded, even though they were invaded by the U.S. and other kinds of countries immediately after the revolution, even though they were isolated in the world economy, which was a capitalist economy, and this thing that the Soviet Union tried to exist as an island and within this whole capitalist economy. So you had all of that being a reality, and then the socialists were taking power, then they were able to take away the land from the landlords, and then that made it possible for the peasants to have some land. They were able to change some things about the feudal order so that you didn't have to come from nobility in order to go to school, to be this and that. So you saw some immediate changes in the Soviet Union because it was getting rid of many of the attributes of feudalism that existed in Russia at the time. But they ran into a stone wall because they were isolated and they were kept away from the parasitic relationship that the West, as it's characterized, a white power had with the rest of it. So they had that, but they didn't have access to Africa. They didn't have access to the Caribbean. They didn't have access to all this other looting that the capitalist system was doing every place else, and it ran into its limitations. So the historical basis for the rise of socialism didn't exist, just the political conditions for socialists to take power. The historical basis for the rise of socialism can be found in that statement, that quote that I read from Karl Marx, that talked about if you destroy slavery, then you wipe America off the map of nations and what have you. You destroy, I forgot how it was characterized, and turn America into something like a patriarchal country. And that meant simply what Marx had talked about is that what he called the wage slavery or capitalist activity in Europe required as a pedestal slavery pure and simple in the New World. You want to see capitalism destroyed, then you liberate the colonized peoples of the world. Ho Chi Minh made that argument when he was a part of the Third International. He said, you're looking for to defeat imperialism. He said, you're looking in the wrong place. He said, it's the tail of imperialism that is in Europe. The head is in the colonies. And he was absolutely right. Yeah. I knew, that was a long-winded thing that I'm sure was not satisfactory at all. Yeah. Okay. And Louise, you have to stay on my case. Yeah.
Louise, you know me a little bit, though. I just wanted to appreciate your leadership, Chairman, just leading the African People's Socialist Party in PDM and just Africans in just across the world. I have a real specific question. What is the significance of the reparations certificate to impedum? Like to the members, to the organization itself, like why is that significant? What does that mean for us?
NPDM has reinstituted something. We organized in 1982 an organization called the African National Reparations Organization. It was the first organization ever created specifically to deal with the question of reparations as a mass organization. That was its goal, its task. And it took the reparations demand out throughout this country and the world. In fact, I found myself even in Europe and traveling Europe taking the reparations demand to African people. And one of the things that we did, our struggle with the existing so-called reparations movement was that the masses had no role, didn't play any role at all. And so what we worked quickly to do, that's why we did the tribunal and other kinds of things, to bring the people into the process to make reparations a household word. And one of the things that we did was create a certificate that allowed people to sign and saying, yes, I want my reparations. And we created an organization, African National Reparations Organization, ANRO, that would be the recipient that is authorized to speak for us. And that brought the masses in also. People in the community, they don't know about reparations, but if you knocking on their doors, if you have at your tables and your communities and stuff say, sign your petition, do you want your reparations? And people say, damn right, I want my reparations. It brings the people into the process and take the reparations demand down to earth where it needs to be. Yeah. Interestingly, we got, Michael Jackson sent us a certificate saying that he wanted his reparations from us. This was, you know, he was in LA and we were in Oakland at the time. So, yeah, that's what it's all about, to bring the people into this process and to take the mystery out of this question that people attempt to, you know, impose on the reparations demand. Ain't no mystery when it comes to Jews and Israel, but when it comes to us, it's a mysterious, well, who's going to get it and what you're going to do with it. You know, all of this kind of stuff, you know. Uhuru. Santosh.
Uhuru, comrade, Uhuru, everyone. I have a kind of a specific request/question. This is with regard to the election campaign that we had in St. Petersburg this last year. Would there be a manual of sorts which we are going to fight elections going forward, wherever we can? The goal might not be to win the election. The goal might be to basically win more people into the movement and strengthen the moving forward, going forward. But one thought I had was basically, if we can have, I think the way that we ran the campaign in St. Petersburg was like an example where we could make a manual out of it for anyone within the movement running a campaign in any city or anywhere around the world, with the first set of questions of what we need to know to run a campaign anywhere, and how do we tie the local issues to the question of reparations, and how we tie it back to impedum in a way. This was something that I thought it would be great if we can address that in the manual or something like that.
Thank you. I think we have done some manuals around during the campaign, the electoral campaign. I think coming out of this campaign that we just did, I think we created a manual. But the other thing is that's one of the reasons we participate in Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And that we have a school where we ask people to come and participate in the school, and we try to teach that. And we have videos and everything of that. And by the way, the party, I didn't read part of this, but where I was saying that one thing the party needs to really look into is the ability to create an organization specifically dealing with the electoral, Africans intervening in the electoral process, perhaps using as a basis of that the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. And specifically, I mentioned Comrade Charles Barron and Comrade Akile and Jesse Todd out of St. Louis as forces who might, you know, be central to the development of such an organization. And we have people on the ground, you know, in certain ways throughout this country. And, you know, Comrade Alex, were you at the last school that we just did, Comrade Alex? This, yeah, and so, I mean, we do this political work everywhere, and the reparations demand, has to be central to everything that we're putting forward. It has to be a central demand. Uhuru. Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. My question is, what is being done about the investing in the motherland itself? Because we know all of these resources are there, right? And I want to know what is the party doing, in similar to what we call what was in, what was that in Tulsa, the Black Wall Street. How are we gonna, are you all gonna be investing the power, the monies to help our communities?
Report, but there's an aspect of the political report that deals with an international, a plan for international anti-colonial economy, and that the Black Power blueprint and stuff we're doing here now is just a cornerstone of that. But we're talking about export, import, trade, and stuff like that. But we're not trying to create a Black Wall Street. Wall Street's got to go black, white, Mexican, whatever, destroy Wall Street. We ain't looking for that stuff no more. We're talking about the power to the people in the African working class. And so what we have, and like Comrade Tafari has got an economic, he's worked on his plan of action for economic development right there in South Africa, occupied Tanzania. The task for us is to connect that plan with the strategic economic approach that links us all up. Because why? That's going to be the best thing to do when all of us are operating more or less in the same economic strategies, economic program. If we have an import-export operation that's run by members of our party of people who are sympathetic, a part of the anti-colonial communities that we live in, and where certain things can be produced on the continent of Africa. Comrade Aisha just got back from Senegambia to purchase stuff that is to be sold in our store in Huntsville, Alabama. But if we have party members and party organizations on the ground in those places where people can actually be hired to work in those places, we got sewing machines and other things set up where they can produce products there. You start where you are. You start with what you got, and then produce there, hire people there, grow bigger factories, and then the products get sent to every place where they can be used. Get sent to the Bahamas. The Bahamas has this tourist industry and so-called market, but ain't nothing in there from Africa. And so, but there can be stuff in there, except for what we have with Black Foods that's owned by a comrade there. So it can go to the Bahamas. It can go every place. It can go to England. It can go to France. And also, it can be sold right on the ground in Africa where we are in these impoverished communities, because we wear clothes in those places too. Yeah.
Should the bank be our main objective right now, to get that bank?
It's not the main objective, because the bank starts small too. Everything we're doing starts relatively small. The bank starts off as a microloan project inside the party and the Uhuru movement. That's how it starts. But the objective, we see this as an incipient international bank of African people. That's what we're growing it into. So that's not the starting point. The starting point is even the acquisition of capital that comes as a consequence of us being able to establish these other operations that I'm talking about.
Okay, speaking of capital, how do we, when is this capital going to be put together that we can?
Well, right now, it's in it. You came, you listen to a radio station where it's put together. It's put together, being put together even as we have this discussion.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I understand that part, that part. But I mean, maybe my question was wrong then. Because Sister Phil, she's been to Africa, and you just said that she was doing whatever, it was something economic that she was doing. So I'm trying to find out what yeah, that's okay. I get it.
Marcus Garvey never set foot on the continent of Africa. Never touched down. And he did incredible work. He sent teams of people to Liberia. He assumed that we could get a foothold in Liberia. That would give us the ability to move throughout the continent of Africa. He tried to establish industry and what have you. And the U.S. government and W.E.B. Du Bois worked with the U.S. government to get the land that Garvey had paid for. I say Garvey, we paid for, the masses of African people paid for that land. It was the Garvey movement that discovered the rubber in Liberia and put it in its newspaper, the Negro World. And what happened, of course, with the connivance of the African petty bourgeoisie here and in Liberia and the intervention of the United States government, you know who owns that land now? Firestone. Firestone Rubber Company owns the land. That's ours, you understand? And it was facilitated by these neo-colonial puppets. So we have to work from the bottom up and create revolutionary project from the bottom up among the oppressed masses of our people on the continent of Africa and elsewhere. Uhuru. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Oh, this is yours. Don't touch the mic. Don't touch the mic. I got it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, can you just give it up once more to the chairman of Malichela? So, everyone has a copy of this. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to adopt formally this plenary report. Only members of the African People's Socialist Party who are present in the room are allowed to vote on these documents. And I would like to propose to the membership here to adopt this document. For mine looks a bit different. So I need someone to second it. Yes, that's expeditious. That's right. So those who are in favor, raise your hands up. We can say unanimous. Yes. Whoa. That's our new weapon, to go everywhere and organize and win our people to the revolution. Whoa. Whoa. So I'm going to hand over to the Panther comrades. Panther. The chairman called you the Panther.
Yeah, the Panther, okay. Uhuru. All right, so we had an exciting, amazing day one here of our 2020 plenary. And so I just want to, again, appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair, and our NCC. If we give them another round of applause for today. We have adopted the political report, and we are on our way forward. It is clear. Saluting to the Vanguard. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Vanguard up. We could do better than that. Come on, we're talking about changing the world. We're not talking about, just a social club or NAACP. Come on, Vanguard up. Vanguard up. Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so, and we're just going to ask that, well, the chairman already up here, so we're going to turn it back over to the chairman to give our summation for the day, and then we'll be back up for announcements and on our way.
Comrades, I really don't have much to say, but I do think it's extremely important because what the party is doing is calling on the African workers to take your place in changing the world. And you have to believe in the ability to do that. We've lived in a world that has been constructed by somebody else. All of our people have lived in this world. And we can't be timid around this. We can't run away from this responsibility. We can't assume that because we are workers or something like that, we can't change the world. We must recognize our responsibility to do that. And that is effectively what this party represents, what this plenary is about. It is requiring all of us to carry out the mission that we've established for ourselves. We cannot go along with making excuses for not producing. We can't do that. We have to create the organizations that are required for. We have to have the confidence to do this, and we have to recognize that if we don't do it, then it won't get done. And there's nothing that I have a responsibility for that I can pass on to somebody else. And the same thing is true with you, because if I don't do what I'm supposed to do, then somebody else is going to have to stop what they're doing or be interfered with to come to try to help carry this task out. We have that responsibility, and we need to take it. Again, I'm saying that African people in general, but especially the African working class, are taught by our rulers to run from responsibility. We don't willingly do things in our own interest that much. We find ourselves able to come up with every excuse to be disagreeable with each other. Every excuse not to carry it out. Every excuse to see the slightest thing as some kind of slight that makes it impossible for us to work together or to carry out the mission. We have to overcome that nonsense. We have to overcome, we're so thin-skinned, as long as we've been niggers and coons and porch monkeys and jungle bunnies and all this stuff, we're so thin-skinned that we can't accept criticism from each other. We've took it from the white man, and we take all kinds of stuff from our oppressor. We have to move beyond that and take on the mission of winning this freedom. The imperialists will give you a situation that will allow you to even see your freedom at the end of the road or to know that somehow it's there. And you start moving on that trajectory toward your freedom, and what the oppressor will do was get your mama and slap your mama in your face and her face, and then what you do is stop doing what you're supposed to do to win the freedom, to go over and to fight them because they slapped your mama. Well, your mama is just one of the millions of mamas that African people have to deal with, that we have to look out for, that we have to make possible to live in a different kind of world. My point is we cannot be diverted, and we have to have the kind of discipline. We have to have self-discipline. And the party is based on revolutionary discipline, but we're not like the mafia. We don't shoot you in the kneecaps if you don't carry out what you're supposed to do. If people are disciplined, it's voluntary discipline. It's voluntary discipline. It is united with the theory, the tasks, the tactics, and strategies of the party that allows us, that forces us to be disciplined. Because I can tell you, there have been times when I didn't want to do this. I mean, there have been times, but each of us has made a promise to the people. Yes, Chairman. And that's the thing. You made a promise to the people. Not just to me, but you made a promise to the African people. Yeah. And we have to carry out that commitment that we made to the people. That's our responsibility. We can't not do this. We can't not do this without betraying the masses of our people. So I'm just saying, brothers and sisters, that we have to vanguard up. We have to vanguard up, and then we have to hear the call, vanguard up. You understand? And I want to express appreciation. We've solved so many of the problems. You see them in this room. The solution of so many problems that's bedeviled not only our revolutionary movement, but the revolutionary movement of the world. This whole question, socialism in one country. This has been a so-called conundrum for the so-called Marxist or communist movement historically. Socialism in one, we ain't saying it's going to be socialism in one country. We said that imperialism in its very creation, in the process of creating itself, created also the instrument that's going to destroy it, because they didn't just keep us on the continent of Africa. We're in New York. We're in Amsterdam. You know, and we're in all the various places around the world where if we do what has to be done as one group, imperialism will be destroyed, and we can build socialism as an international reality. And where African liberation will mean, not necessarily immediate, that there will be socialism everywhere, but African internationalist revolution can mean that the defining economy of the world becomes a socialist economy because we are everywhere and we are in control of that economy. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just like capitalism as it emerged and developed in Europe and what have you, but the whole world is undermined, the whole world is defined by capitalism. So that's what I'm saying. And the reparations demand, when we say reparations, we ain't talking about just getting some fix for us in New Jersey. The reality is that there's not going to be any catch-up for Africa. Africa has produced for the whole damn world. It has produced for Europe, has produced for white people. Everything you see has come out of Africa. And now to say that somehow Africa has to play catch-up, no. Africa is not catching up. What it is that we are repossessing the resources wherever we are in the world, and it's going to contribute to the development of Africa and the oppressed peoples of the world. I'm audacious enough to say this because it's real. We can do this. It's not just an idea. It's not just a concept. Your presence and the existence of the African Socialist International makes it practically manifest in the real world. That's who we are. And we have to have the courage and assume the responsibility to make this revolution. And the whole white people question. You know, we brought the whole white people issue down to the planet Earth. You know, and you know, all this stuff about the boogeyman, well, it's not the boogeyman, they call it the devil, or that's the boogeyman, or mutations and what have you. I don't know if white people are mutants. I don't give a damn if white people are mutants. I don't see any place where Ho Chi Minh and the Vietnamese say, you know, the white people are mutants, therefore, no. They develop a strategy based on revolutionary assumptions of the ability of the people to be free. And they said that we proved that a small nation can defeat a large nation, and they went to war and made a revolution. Now, if you want to find out if white people are mutants, help us make this revolution, and then we can give you a place at a university where you can go ahead and spend all your time looking into whether white people are mutants. But what we have to do is win our freedom, because ain't nobody going to give you no university to find out. The white man ain't going to give you no university space to find out if they're mutants or not. So I'm just saying that we want to bring this issue down to earth, right? Down to the planet. And we see the petty bourgeoisie attacking us on every front, attacking the ability of the people to be free. This feminism, which ain't nothing but the petty bourgeoisie, and sometimes in drag. But the point is that our liberation, and then they come in so many ways, you know, like I heard, and you got these Africans who are supposed to be so clever, so intellectually heavy, and they have a pop philosophy. So they just throw a little bit of everything in, and that makes it to satisfying every question, you know, like toxic masculinity, and we're opposed to all these other kinds of things. So they win a lot of applause and stuff like that with this pop kind of philosophy. But that doesn't get to the essence of anything. We know what created this damn thing. We know what can bring it down. It's our responsibility to make it happen. Thank you, brothers and sisters and comrades, Uhuru.
Uhuru. One Africa. One nation. One Africa. One nation. No compromise. No surrender. No compromise. No surrender. Uhuru. Let's get a chairman another round of applause for today. All right, we've had an amazing day one. I have a few announcements to make, so just hang tight. Immediately after announcements, as many people that, first of all, if you have trash or anything around your seats or not around your seats, make sure we clean it up. Like Akile said, treat the Uhuru House as, as your home. So we want to make sure that everything is clean, so clean up your area around you. And then as soon as you're done throwing that away, if we could get as many people to the stage to help move the stage, we need to have that moved ASAP. And there is a transportation, there's protocol for transportation, and so we're asking that we don't move as individuals because it throws off the whole logistics. We have an entire logistics team that works so hard to put everything together, so if you are unaware of the transportation protocol, you need to see Columbi as soon as the stage is moved. Everybody clear on that? All right, we just had everybody here, a part of the organization, so we're going to move like we know how to move. Okay, and then tomorrow's program starts at 8:45 a.m. and it's going to end at 9:30 p.m. And so, I just said we talking about changing the world. Are we doing all that? Changing the world don't happen. The chairman just said it ain't gonna happen behind no keyboard, no phone, nothing like that. So we ain't talking about just coping with some things or being a thorn in the side of imperialism. We talking about changing the world. So that's going to require a little bit of sitting down and meeting tomorrow. So 9:30, Uhuru? All right, so it starts at 8:45. It's going to end at 9:30. Lunch and dinner will be provided for $6. Make sure you get your ticket, your meal ticket at registration tomorrow. Everybody needs to register again tomorrow to get your meal ticket. No matter if you got it today, you need to get it again tomorrow. If you don't get your meal ticket tomorrow, you won't be able to eat, and that's a long time not be eating. So just make sure you got that. And then, the annual convention. Okay, I'm sorry. The lunch is not the $6 is just for dinner tomorrow. Okay, everybody clear on that? Okay. All right. So the annual convention is March 27th and 29th. This is the Black Women's Convention. So there's a annual table right back here. Yes, with this sister right here waving her hands. Go ahead, look, African sister. Y'all ain't even turn your heads. Look, trifling. So. Yes, brothers too. Okay, so make sure you get registered for the annual convention. There are registration slips where you can pay and get signed up today. You don't have to wait and be harassed by yesterday. Later on in the month, go ahead and get it out of the way. And then the Black is Back Electoral School, which was just mentioned, is April 10th through the 12th at the Aquaba Hall in St. Louis. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Conference is April 18th and 19th at the Aquaba Hall in St. Louis as well. And I just want to make another announcement to make sure you go and support the vendors, all of the party institutions. I still see a lot of stuff on everybody's table, and I know it's not going to look like this on Monday. Right? Uhuru? Okay, Uhuru, we're going to support our businesses, this Buy Black Power campaign. So make sure, you go to the vendors, get propaganda information if you're not aware of some of the other party institutions, and spend your money with the party. Uhuru. Pick up y'all trash and move this stage. Y'all didn't hear me? I'm just kidding. Couple more now. Just hang tight. I know I asked y'all rudely, but Bakri.
Uhuru, comrades, I won't take very long. Uhuru, I just want to say we talked about the economic institutions of the party. I just want to say, and we've announced it already, come St. Louis, June 7th to the 13th, the Uhuru Summer Project. It's going to be in St. Louis. And during this first week of June, we're going to have 20 volunteers from a lot of the money sector. We want to bring the working class there, too, to show them how it's done and show them what they're there for. So it's really, really important. People can come over to the Uhuru Foods and Pies table to sign up to make a commitment to come to St. Louis, June 7th to the 13th, and that's for the Uhuru Summer Project. And also in June 27th and 28th in San Francisco, California, that's out in the West Coast, for those of you who want to come out there, this is a great opportunity to be a part of our building Black Star Industries and participating in the San Francisco Pride street fairs. We want to have 4 food booths there of at least 40 people, 10 people in each booth. It's a major undertaking. And believe me, it'll be 1 million people there that weekend, and we can talk about building this independent African worldwide economy right there in San Francisco. We want people there June 27th and 28th of this year, 2020. We're talking about the mandates. This is part of the mandates. Come there, June 27th and 28th. And last but not least, the Uhuru Pies campaign in November and December. Right here in St. Pete and right there in Oakland, California. You will come there and mobilize, bring people from the region. We will train you. We will show you how to bake the pies, buy the pies, sell the pies to build a what? Independent African, anti-colonial, worldwide economy. That's why we do this, and that's why we want people there. Uhuru.